by second. Okay, must I start now?
Yes, start
Good
please.
day. Okay, good day everyone, and welcome to the RPL Special Consent webinar hosted today by SACAP. We are thrilled to have you join us today for this important and insightful session. My name is Daneshwar Basdo, and I will be co-hosting this session together with Mr. Munetsi Cheunda, Ms. Mandisa Pepeta, and Mrs. Teresa van der Venter. Whether you are joining us from near or far, we appreciate you taking the time to be part of this conversation. Today, we have an exciting lineup of speakers and discussions that will provide valuable insights on the SACAP RPL and special consent application process. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes. Please ensure your mic is muted unless you are speaking. Feel free to use the chat and Q&A features to ask questions. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Munetsi Cheunda, who will do a brief introduction and outline the purpose of today's webinar. To you, Mr. Cheunda. Mr. Munetsi.
Thank you, Councillor Balashwa. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this RPL webinar. So I'm going to just explain the purpose for this webinar and the reason why we are hosting these webinars. So RPL, it's a means that it's a vehicle that we normally use for upgrading, and it's a transformation vehicle, if I can put it that way, that we use to move people from one category of registration to the next category of registration. And so the process of RPL, one can only move from one category to the next. They cannot jump a category. No, they move from wherever they are to the next level of category after they have fulfilled all the registration requirements, which my Councillor Banashwa is going to explain very soon. So the process of RPO is done through online applications. If you want to apply for RPO, you have to go to your profile on your SACAP registration system. Under that profile, you then have to click apply RPO. You make sure that you provide all the necessary requirements and you follow all the steps. And you are only be considered that you are able to submit or to attend assessment only once you have uploaded your 5 recent the word recent portfolios, and you have paid your application fee as well as all the necessary forms. If you upload 3, you did not complete. If you upload your portfolios without putting or making a payment, that application is not complete. If you skip your CV, that application is deemed not complete. If you skim the table of content on every project, that application is deemed incomplete. So it is very important when you go on your online application that you make sure you have completed your self-assessment, you have completed you have uploaded your CV, you have also uploaded and or sent us your SACAP 10 competence form that you assess and you confirm yourself that all the project meets those 10 competence. After that, it will then the administration will then send you an acknowledgement and give you the assessment date. So by the way of policy, it takes about 90 days when you apply. But however, nowadays we are quite efficient. We are doing it within just 2 months or so that we make sure that we don't prolong people progression from one stage to another. As you can recall, last year we had one in November, one in December, and one now in February. So you can actually see that we are no longer taking time on processing those applications. So there is a difference between RPL and special consent. RPL, you one have to progress from one category to another. However, special consent is only give you a right or a license you to draw plans that are in higher category. Only those specific building topology that you have been given permission to draw only. So I think I have outlined the purpose of this webinar, and also explain a bit about the certain requirements, especially the online, the nitty-gritties on requirements. They are going to come on the policy requirements there. And after that, we will then go to explain the gaps that we as SACAP have identified for, on the previous RPO assessment. We will then explain most of the challenges in that section of the webinar. We're also going to explain and amplify how do you improve your submission or your portfolio. What are the panelists looking when you submit? So this webinar is clearly tailor-made for your submission, whether you have submitted already or you want to submit. It will also give you a clear roadmap of what is required on your submission. The purpose is for SACAP to move you from one category to another category, as long as your portfolio meets all the requirements, meet all the criteria that have been set, meet all the 10 competence. So even if you are very good at one competence and lacking other competence, that does not suffice. So that is the purpose of this competent for this webinar. That being said, I then want to introduce to you to our next panelist. As you can see, it's our Councillor Banashwa. He is the chair for registration and RPL process, and he is also quite experienced RPL panelist and assessor there. That's why we want to draw from his experience and from his wisdom. So my colleague Manuk is going to share the PowerPoint for Mr. Danashwa, and over to you, Mr. Danashwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monetsi, for that introduction and highlighting the challenges RPs may face if they don't, fill in their application correctly, or there's missing information. I think it creates a lot of frustration between the RPs and the back office and the assessors, because we have to request for information that's missing, and this causes delays, and it really impacts both on the performance of the SACAP team and on the deliverables that the RP is actually relying on. So I think today's RPL and special consent session is actually, put together to assist, the applicants to make sure that their applications are successful the first time round. So this is why we put together a team of panelists to actually unpack, different areas in that application process and what happens after your application has been validated. So please take notes and feel free to ask clarifying questions as we move along. And SACAP is here to help you. We are not here to penalize you in any way whatsoever. We want you to be successful in whenever you do your application, whenever you submit your portfolio of evidence. We want to make sure that you comply in all aspects and you understand the process clearly before you actually put together a portfolio of evidence, so that when you submit your application for validation, you are quite successful, in the first time. So, like I said before, we are here to assist you, and this is why we are putting together this. We put together this team to actually close the gaps and to see what other challenges you may have identified when you are undertaking RPL process or a special consent, process. Please feel free to engage with us during the presentation. So I've done a brief PowerPoint presentation based on the policies that SACAP has put together. And it's going to cover, basically, I'm going to cover an overview. The eligibility means the people that qualify for RPL or special consent. What are the minimum requirements for a portfolio and the alignment of each project with the SACAP's 10 competencies. So can we move to the next slide, number 3? So an overview: recognition of prior learning and special consent process involves the following: identification, documentation, assessment, and the recognition of prior learning. So your prior learning consists of knowledge, skills, competencies, and values acquired formally or informally. This is very important. Your knowledge, your skills, your competencies, and values acquired formally or informally. The prior learning is assessed in accordance with SACAP's 10 professional competencies. So, registered professionals, you'll need to familiarize yourselves with the SACAP 10 competencies. If you do not familiarize yourself with these 10 competencies, this is where, when you have been assessed, you're going to find that the assessors are going to identify gaps in your portfolio, and this is going to be a back and forward process. So please, we are requesting that you familiarize yourself, you understand the SACAP 10 competencies, and if there are other voluntary associations that are doing workshops on this, please attend those workshops, because you'll then cover those gaps that you may have, in actually doing your portfolio effectively. The next slide, please. So the RPL facilitates the articulation to a higher category of professional registration. So the newly articulated RP has access to work identified for such categories of registration. The RP must demonstrate SACAP's 10 competencies across a variety of building typologies. Again, when you're submitting your portfolio of evidence, you're going to give us 5 different building typologies. You must demonstrate those 10 competencies, across those building typologies. In the portfolio of evidence, these varieties must be represented in a minimum of 5 projects. So you're going to be submitting a minimum of 5 projects. However, there's nothing stopping you from submitting, more of the other types that can actually assist you in getting a category upgrade. Articulation to a higher category of registration only applies in South Africa. Just remember this, that RPL is a South African mechanism that is only acknowledged in South Africa. And does not, this process, when you are successful, this process does not confer or infer a higher educational qualification, something that we must be mindful of. So whilst we're using RPL as a mechanism to redress or to provide opportunities for the RP, the preferred route is actually for you to go to an architectural learning site and to actually upgrade via that mechanism that the universities or the architectural learning sites have provided. But there may be instances where you cannot use that mechanism. Therefore, you may want to use the RPL process or the special consent, process to be allowed to do different types of building typologies. The next slide, please. And then when we're looking at an overview for special consent, so special consent is, the difference between special consent and RPL, the special consent is access. We're going to assess previously acquired skills and knowledge, which is required to do a specific work type or project. This is classified outside the category of registration of the applicant and to grant consent to the registered person to undertake these specific work types, projects, or building typologies. In other words, there's no change in the RP's category of registration. So the difference here is the difference between RPL. RPL is that you'll be upgraded to a higher category of registration if you are successful. For special consent, you'll be given permission to do a building typology in a higher category, but your registration status remains the same. Can we move to the next slide, please? So who is eligible to qualify for RPL? It is only applicants who are registered professionals, not candidates. The word we're emphasizing again, if you're a candidate, do not apply for RPL or special consent. So only applicants who are registered professionals for the required minimum period stipulated in the matrix below shall be eligible to apply and be considered for the RPL and special consent process. So SACAP has a registration process matrix which actually gives you guidance on when you should actually undertake an RPL or special consent process. Furthermore, any previously disadvantaged professionals practicing in any capacity in the architectural profession shall be eligible to apply and be considered for the RPL and special consent process. I think this is an important piece of information here. I think Mr. Monetsi had highlighted that this as part of as part of SACAP's transformation agenda and part of addressing historical imbalances. We are trying to create an equitable leveling field where we're saying that the previously disadvantaged professional practicing in any capacity in the architecture profession is eligible and is eligible to apply and be considered for RPL. So we are appealing to those RPs out there who meet this criteria to please undertake this process. We've put this mechanism in. This mechanism has been put in place for your benefit. So please, you take up this opportunity and use the mechanism that will empower you to actually enter the mainstream economy and to be effective participants in the developmental agenda of the country. Can we then move to the next slide? Okay, so this is the regrading metrics that I was referring to earlier on. As you can see, an architectural draftsperson, you need a minimum of 3 years experience, being registered as a PR draftsperson. You need to pass your PPE exam. You need to undertake the RPL assessment. If you are successful, if you are successful of any further criteria or requirements arising therefrom. For an architectural draftsman, the same is a minimum of 3 years. The professional senior architectural technologist, minimum of 3 years experience is being required before you can upgrade to the next category of registration. So follow this matrix here and it will give you guidance, especially if you're a newly registered professional. We move to slide number 8. Again, we're covering eligibility. Prospective applicants who do not have any formal tertiary qualification shall first register as a candidate architectural draftsperson. I think this is important. Prospective applicants who do not have any formal tertiary qualification shall first register as a candidate architectural draftsperson. complete the compulsory period of candidacy under mentorship, submit monthly training records during the period of candidateship. I think this is very important. You must ensure that you are submitting your monthly training records. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage. Write and pass the professional practice exam and then apply for registration as a professional architectural draftsperson. Once you've applied for the registration, before applying for RPL and special consent to progress to the next category of registration, you will be if you are successful, you will be permitted to undertake work of a building type above a category of registration. So those applicants who do not have a formal tertiary education, there is a mechanism for you in place. Please use that mechanism as well. Take advantage of it. Can we move on to the next slide? Applicants who are registered as professionals who do not have any formal tertiary educations are free to apply for RPL to register in an appropriate category based on competencies amassed in practice. So what this simply means is that over the years, whilst working in practice, you'd have acquired a lot of experience, and you can use this experience by putting together a portfolio of evidence and then applying for RPL or applying for special consent, which will enable you to either upgrade to a higher category of registration or to do a specific building typology, which is outside your category of registration. Next slide. Again, we still under eligibility. Applicants who have not written or passed the PP exam previously shall be required to do so. So this is something that you need to be mindful of. Applicants who have not written and passed the PPE exam previously shall be required to do so before being allowed to upgrade. After a successful RPL assessment, this requirement does not apply to special consent applicants. So if you are applying for a special consent and you have not written the PP exam, it is fine. You can go ahead and submit your special consent application. And if you are successful, you'll be allowed to do that type of building typology. And we move on to the next slide. So again, our portfolio requirements, please check with SACAP. SACAP has a list of requirements that you need to comply with. Failing to do so will result in the delay in your application and the back and forth movement of your application, which creates lots of frustration with the RPs. So make sure that you check that you meet the minimum requirements specified by SACAP. I think one of the requirements is 5 recent projects of work showing the involvement of the applicant. It is recommended that the 5 projects show a variation in complexity. So this is very important. If you want to upgrade using special consent or RPL, you need to demonstrate that you're not only doing double-story houses, you're doing a variety of building typologies, whether it's schools, whether it's hospitals, whether it's high-rise buildings. You need to demonstrate that you have the necessary competencies to do different types of building typologies. And when you are putting your portfolio together, be careful how you choose the building typologies that you want to be assessed, because these typologies will then demonstrate when you submit your application, you're going to be demonstrating your ability to align with SACAP's 10 competencies. Where possible, building types within the scope of that permitted for each category of registration. So this is very important, registered professionals, is choose your projects carefully so that it benefits you when you submit your application for assessment. Remember, there is a panel made up of 5 professional people who will go through your application against a document that guides them, and they will be assessing you according to that. So choose your best 5 projects that demonstrate your ability to align with SACAP's 10 competencies. You would notice that I am emphasizing SACAP's 10 competencies because you get marked on those 10 competencies, and you need to understand what are those 10 competencies and how you need. and how it reflects in your architectural drawings. That's something very important. And this is where we're finding a lot of our RPs, falling short when it comes to actually demonstrating those 10 competencies. Can we move to the next slide? Again, here, when we're looking at the drawings, again, for the portfolio requirements for drawings, again, one of the requirements is that you submit a maximum of 10 PDF images per project. So what's happening, I think I can safely speak from the LSD application process that we had that was closed off recently, is that when people were submitting their portfolio of evidence, it was poorly submitted, it was not contextualized, the information that they submitted was not relating to anything, lots of guesswork the panelists and the assessors had to do. So we're saying, please make sure that you assist in clearly giving reference where relevant. Your PDF images, must be in relation to a context or must be in relation to a design outcome. Don't leave that process for the assessor to determine, or for the panel to actually figure out what you're trying to do there, because then when they start asking you the tough questions, that's when you find it difficult to answer. So we're then saying to the 10 when you're submitting your PDF images, you need to align it to the 10 required competencies relative to their specific registration category. As you can see below, again, I'm emphasizing the SACAP 10 competencies. We're looking at what are the SACAP 10 competencies. Number one is architectural design. Number two is environmental relationships. Number three is construction technology. Number four is building structures. Number five is contextual urban relationships. Number six is architectural history, theory, and precedent. Number seven is building services and related technologies. Number eight is contract documentation and administration. Number nine is computer applications. And number 10 is office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. So where is this information? This information is publicly available on SACAP's website. If you have the SACAP IDOW document, it's in the IDOW document. So please familiarize yourself and understand how these 10 competencies actually work, and how you need to show the relationships in your architectural drawings, and how you present your drawings that clearly demonstrate these competencies that SACAP will be looking for. Can we then go on to the next slide? Okay, this one as well is a portfolio requirement. As you can see, if you're a senior architectural technologist applying for an upgrade as a professional architect, your assessment scale, you can see the assessment scale against a learning level requirement as per category. So again, here you're looking at your architectural design, environmental relations, construction technology, and then you're looking at knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving. As you can see, if you're, sorry, I think something happened here. Okay, okay, move to the next slide. Just move to the next slide. Again, here, this is a similar outcome for a senior architectural technologist. So I'm not going to go through this again. As you can see, it's actually emphasizing your knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, and against your SACAP assessment scale, your architectural design, environmental relationships. So you will be measured against this. When you submit your portfolio of evidence, SACAP is going, the panelist who is going to evaluate your application is going to measure your information based on these criteria here. And it will be an interview process as well, where they will be asking you questions. They will scrutinize your drawings, and they will ask you to demonstrate the environmental relationship. They'll ask you questions on you know, on construction technology. They'll ask you know, on history and theory and stuff. So you need to be quite clued up in these 10 competencies and in the understanding, knowledge, awareness, application, and problem solving. Can we just go to the next slide? This one as well, it is as you can see, for a senior, for a drafts person going to a senior technologist, you can see the knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving against the design, against the architectural design, environmental relation, construction technology. So I'm not going to go through all of this again. It is in the IDOW document. It is in SACA policy documents. Please familiarize yourself, because this is how you're going to be assessed if you're moving from a draftsman to a professional senior architectural to a professional architectural technologist. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, this one is the same. Can we move on to the next slide? So here again, I think we heard Mr. Monesi say, please pay your fees. You know, together your application fee shall be accompanied by the prescribed fees. Please ensure that you do pay your prescribed fees, because once your application is submitted, it goes to the back office. They will validate your documentation, and if there's anything missing or outstanding, it means they're going to be corresponding with you, and it's going to cause further delays. And these also translate into frustrations, which come back to the registrar, who then, you know, comes and you know, and then he then asks us the tough questions as why there are delays. And then we have to explain to the registrar, you know, these are the reasons why there are delays in the applicant's portfolio being processed. So please make sure that over and above paying your fees, other items are complied with as well. Can we then move on to the next slide? Here as well, the portfolio requirements, the application procedure. An applicant shall read the RPL or SC policy to ascertain the exact requirements and procedures, and to consider their suitability for registration and progression. An application for RPL or special consents can be submitted via email or can be hand delivered with the following information. So if you're having challenges uploading your documents, you can hand deliver it to the SACEP offices. Can we go to the next slide? An application for RPL and special and special consent submitted via email or hand delivered with the following information. So you must have a summary of information sheet that will be provided by SACAP, a letter of motivation as to why the application is proposed, affidavits from clients. So this is very important. Affidavits from clients, consultants, contractors, mentors, and or supervisor confirming that the applicant performed their duties in their personal capacity competently and to a satisfactory level. So these affidavits are very important. Please make sure that they are included in your application form. There is a standard affidavit as well attached to that application form when you are filling in your application. Can we move to the next slide? An application for RPL or special consent. So here again, selected documents pertaining to the project include examples of architectural professional client agreement. This is very important. You must, in terms of your code of conduct, you must have a written architectural professional client agreement. Please submit that with your portfolio of evidence. Conceptual work, design development and technical studies, minutes of meetings. So if you are doing work towards the work stage 6, you need to make sure that your minutes of the meetings are submitted, and other certificates are also included in the documentation. You cannot request to do work up to work stage 6 when you're only submitting municipal approved drawings. Another thing, when we're speaking about municipal approved drawings, we must know that the municipal approved drawing shows minimum information on a drawing, which most of the time when you submit a a municipal approved drawing puts you at a disadvantage because you are unable to demonstrate the SACAP 10 competencies in those municipal drawings. So please make sure that if you think you're going to be a candidate for RPL or special consent, make sure that you exceed the minimum requirement. You need to excel and show maximum, align yourself with the SACAP 10 competence and demonstrate that you have the ability to actually exceed the minimum compliance requirement. Can we then go on to the next? Again, here, applications shall contain a cover page with the applicant's name and index page. I think this is important as well. We must have a cover page, an index page as well. So your index page will index, all the information that you have provided in your portfolio of evidence. All submissions must be converted to a PDF format. So one project, one PDF compilation. Once the portfolio of evidence has been received, the administration, that is the SACAP's back office, shall review the application for completeness. Again, here, before it goes to an assessment panel, the back office will have a look at your application. They will see whether you have complied with the minimum requirements. If you have not complied, they will not submit it forward. They will refer back to you and ask you for the missing information. Should an applicant require guidance with this process, please feel free to contact SACAP. They will assist you. Again, I'm emphasizing this. If you're unaware or unsure how to fill in your application, contact the office of SACAP and they will assist you. Only original and authentic work of the applicant will be considered for evaluation and assessment. I think this is very important here. Only original and authentic work of the applicant shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. I think there are many instances where we find that the RP submit work that they have not done, or they were not was done their directly under supervision by themselves and under supervision. And when the panelists interview the candidates, they get caught out here because the panelists have a way of identifying whether you have done the work or whether it's authentic or whether you use someone else's drawing. So just be careful and mindful, of whose drawings you submit and whether they are yours, whether it was you have done the work, was it supervised? There are ways in which the panelists have a sharp eye to actually find identify that this work was not done by yourself. So please, again, only original and authentic work of the applicant shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. Can we move on to the next slide? Again here, whether an applicant is applying for RPL or special consent, the applicant's prior learning is evaluated against 10 defined competencies. I think I've emphasized this, I think from the time I started this conversation here, emphasizing the 10 competencies because you are going to be measured against those 10 competencies and you're going to be scored against, the panelists will score you and they will evaluate whether you meet the minimum requirements. So again, please familiarize yourself with the 10 competencies and what it means. It is also essential that they describe in their documents and to the assessment panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all of the competencies relevant to the skills being applied for. I think this is the important thing here. It is essential that they describe in their documentation and to the assessments panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all of the competencies relevant to the skills being applied for. So please, whenever you are submitting your portfolios, like I said before, sometimes your municipal approved drawings show minimum information and may not necessarily demonstrate SACAP's 10 competencies. So please ensure that you exceed the minimum requirements in your architectural drawings. Go beyond and above the minimum to just getting plans approved. So you know, sometimes you may not be able to demonstrate in one project some of the competencies, but in another project you'll be able to demonstrate that. And by you doing that, then SACAP, the panelists then can determine, okay, that you are competent. Okay, these projects respond to these 5 out of 7 competencies, or 8 out of 10 competencies. So the assessment panel, the panelists will be able to do that assessment and determination and say, okay, you know, this person is competent to actually undertake building typologies of in a higher category. So just be mindful of how you respond to those 10 competencies and how you demonstrate them in your 5 different portfolios of evidence that you're going to be submitting. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, here again, it is essential that they describe their documentation and the assessment panel. Okay, we've covered that. So we're just going to go here again, the learning level assessment. So again, in the beginning, we covered the word, we said problem solving, application, understanding, knowledge. This is something that you need to understand because you'll be questioned on this. So when you are given that 15 minutes to present your portfolio, I think after your presentation, the each panelist will interview and ask you a question, and then you'll have to demonstrate knowledge. They will ask you a question relevant to knowledge to be able to recall and remember facts and information, understanding to not only recall facts, but especially to understand their impact, and that is the insight, your application to apply existing knowledge to new situations. So the panelists have a way of putting questions to you to see whether your learning level meets the ABCD. So basically, you know, just be familiar with this learning level assessment. It is not difficult. It is something that we take for granted, and we overlook this. But when you are putting when you are preparing yourself for that interview process, make sure that you understand the knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, because they will pose questions to you to actually test whether you actually meet these requirements. And again, I'm saying that every now and again there are workshops that are held by volunteer associations. Please attend those workshops because they unpack this in a greater detail. We are unable to do it now because this is a high level presentation that we're doing today. Can I then move on to the next slide? Again here, so this one here is just demonstrating what I explained earlier on, is that it is essential that they describe in their documentation to the assessment panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all the competencies relevant at the skills level being applied for. So here you can see from a draftsman where you needed understanding, you now need application. Where you needed knowledge, you now need understanding. So you can see how the arrows are moving up in each, in design, in environmental, in construction, in building structures, and all of those. So this is the migration from a category of draftsperson to a senior to professional architectural technologist. You can see you can see your learning level outcome, and you can see your assessment scale. So it's telling you you're moving from a lower level to a higher level. So you need to demonstrate that understanding through your architectural drawings and the information that you submit to that you submit together with in your portfolio of evidence, which the panelists will actually assess you on. And we then move on to the next slide. I think just to give you a brief overview here, pre-scrutiny advisory note here. I think architectural design, you're going to show any conceptual work, the client's brief, aesthetics, building codes. I think it goes beyond this, but we're just giving you a high-level overview. And then environmental relationships is your orientation, sustainability, water, waste, energy efficiency, etc. I think I think in environmental relationships, the panelists are going to ask you why your building is incorrectly orientated. Something you need to be mindful of, and you need to explain to them why you incorrectly orientated your building and how did you then, the reasons why it was incorrectly orientated, and how did you come up with a solution to resolve that orientation problem by making sure that it then complies with the energy efficiency or any other building regulation, that regulates that kind of issue. And then construction technology as well, you'd find that the choice of material used, they may ask you why you chose that material. They'll ask you about detailing. This kind of things that if you're building in a rural area, when you use material from site, they will question you on your choice of the material, why and how did the material respond to that construction technology. And then from a building structures point of view, your engagement with the engineers, they're going to check to see your ability to engage with the engineer to see how columns and beams and stuff. So when they look at your drawing, they're going to look at your staircase, your beams, your columns, your retaining walls. They may pick up something and then ask, how did you engage with your engineer to overcome solutions or problems and things like that? And then contextual and urban relationships. Yeah, to any design consideration related to the building and its relationship with its neighborhood in its micro and macro context. Can we then move to the next slide? Okay, here as well, as pre-scrutiny again, architectural history, theory and precedent, design consideration related to the history of the area, theory underpinning the design work, and examples of precedent drawn from the projects. So I think here too, you'll find lots of questions being posed by the panelists, especially when you're moving from a senior tech to architect. There are lots of questions are asked here. It's not if you're moving from senior tech to architect, it's you need to have all your ducks in a row. And then building services and related technologies, draining municipal services. I think here as well, the panelists will look at your drainage. They will ask you questions based on why, how, when, what, and the reasons why you've chosen that. Contract documentation, administration, written agreements. I think here as well, you will be interrogated on the documentation you submit, and computer applications, your experience on CAD and other packages, and then office practice, legal aspects. I think here your code of conduct is something that they're going to ask you questions on. So familiarize yourself with that as well. I think one of the other things that we find is your natural ground level in relation to your beacon levels. Lots of drawings do not have that relationship, on the floor plan or on the ground on the ground levels. Something that you need to be mindful of. So this was just a high level process, taking you through what needs to be done when you're actually submitting your portfolio of evidence. And I think I'm going to emphasize again, the SECAP 10 competency is very important because you get assessed on those 10 competencies, and the learning level, your knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving is important. And then your assessment outcomes based on these 10 competencies. So it sounds intimidating, but I just want to reassure you, if you familiarize yourself with the 10 competencies, it's a walk in the park. Make sure when you're preparing your drawings, you don't prepare, when you're doing architectural work, you don't do for minimum submission process, you do for maximum compliance. In this way, you are at an advantage because you are then able to demonstrate the 10 competencies much more easier than with just a municipal submission drawing. So I think I have come to the end of my slide presentation. If there's any questions or anything that needs to be clarified, please feel free to ask, and we will try and answer where possible, and we'll revert back to you if you're unable to give an answer immediately. And I'm going to hand over to our next panelist, that is Councillor Ms. Mandisa Popecha, who will take us through through her slide presentation. To you, Ms. Mandisa Popecha.
Thank you, Mr. Bastu. I appreciate that. Greetings all to the attendees online. I see we have 789 attendees, which is really great. We appreciate that. Am I audible, Muneti?
I can hear you.
Thank you, Therese. So I will take you through my slides. Mainly on the slides, Mr. Bastu has covered most of the presentation and information that I have, but it's very important. I've been answering some questions on the Q&A. But one of the questions was people are looking for a clearer process on how to go about the RPL. So with all of us, you heard from Muneti that presented briefly the purpose of the day, to Mr. Bastu, to myself and Therese. You'll hear a lot of repetitions and a lot of overlaps. But this is to make everyone understand and be more clearer. So we'll then also attend to questions later on. So I'll go through my presentation. Therese, you can tell me if you can see it.
Yes, you are good.
All right, great. So my name is Mandisa Pepeta, a counselor at SEICA, and I'm also sitting in the RPL assessment panel. I've been for the last 4 to 5 years. And we are sharing here our experience when we're going through the assessments, and would love that the attendees use us as a springboard and with the information and experience that we have to find out how you can make sure that you succeed in the RPL. My presentation is going to be the introduction, which speaks on the baseline of our assessments, which the assessment outcomes, the learning levels, assessment scale, and then I'll speak briefly on the gaps identified during the RPL and special consent assessments interviews. Firstly, in my introduction, I go back to what Mr. Bastu spoke about, the 10 competencies. We cannot emphasize this enough. This is the assessment outcomes of the 10 competencies of SEICA that anyone who submits RPL application will be assessed according to these 10 competencies. What is important about this? This is our matrix. This is our structured criteria which we use that has been set out to make sure that we remove any element of subjectivity and give every applicant a level play field. You cannot come to an assessment and worry that this panel member didn't like me, because we all have the same assessment criteria. And when we score the applicants can be assured that we will look at this criteria. Therefore, we know in architecture, there's a lot of subjectivity, whether we like your design or not, and so on. But this, all of us, it sets us back to the line, because even as panelists, there are times when we have our own opinions, but they do not matter during the assessment because this is the criteria of SEICA. And in the 10 competencies, Mr. Bastu went through all the 10 competencies. What I'm going to do is now I'm then going to show you how the scoring works when it comes to each competency. What is important here is that when you do your online self-assessment, these competencies are there already. However, when the applicants prepare their RPL application, there's a disjuncture from what they did on the online assessment and when they prepare the RPL portfolio. So we are asking that when you do your online assessment, carry through the process to the preparation of your portfolio of evidence to ensure that all your projects align with the 10 competencies. So on outcome 1 or competence 1, if you look at this, all the panel members, we look at this scoring that if you look at the architectural design, you have 6 points that you look at. When the applicant presents their portfolio, on the architectural design, we look at the definition and analysis of an architectural problem, the design intent and conceptualization, integration of research on physical environment, social, economic, and institutional sustainability, design resolution, design synthesis and presentation. If you have as-built, whether it's as-built or design, analysis of intent against actual development. So when you look at the outcome of architectural design, then you also have a breakdown of how we're going to look at that particular outcome and how do we come to the total scoring. Also, the next one is sustainability relationships. Mr. Basu spoke to that briefly, the relationship between cultural, natural, and the built landscapes, the social sustainability, environmental responsive design, SANS 204 and Part XA, economic sustainability. I'm not going to say how you respond and meet these outcomes. That's a Therese item who's going to be coming after me. On my side, I'm just going to go through these outcomes and then give you the gaps that I've picked up as an assessor. Right. Outcome 3, construction technology, which looks to construction systems and technologies, construction material and their suitability for different building types, demand of context on the choice of appropriate technologies, environmentally responsive construction, construction detailing, and specification. All this information, all new information, it is on the online portal. Then outcome 4 is building structures. We look at structural analysis, structural concepts pertaining to buildings, integration of structure and building design, structural calculations. Outcome 5, contextual and urban relationships. That looks at spatial, functional, and aesthetical aspects, typologies and patterns of urban environments, impacts of urban aspects on building design. Outcome 6, that speaks to architectural history, theory, and precedent. This speaks to architectural history and theory as part of a wider natural, technological, economic, and cultural system, the taxonomy of built form, learning from historical precedent, social, economic, spatial, aesthetic, and political impact of the environment. Outcome 7 is building services and related technologies. The breakdown of that outcome is integration of building services and design, integration of building services and structure, environmental responsive and coefficient services, building regulations pertaining to building services. Outcome 8, contract documentation and administration. That speaks to contract documentation for statutory approval, tendering and construction. The SANS 10400, local authority approval requirements and procedures, the various building contracts, management and administration of a building project. Outcome 9, just need that to move, just give me a second. Okay, computer applications, that speaks to application of IT in architectural practices. Outcome 10, it speaks to the office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. If you break that outcome down, you have business structures and operational frameworks. You have information access and retrieval systems. It speaks to code of conduct, governance structures and principles for the profession, principles of marketing, professional services. That is how your breakdown works when it comes to all these competencies and outcomes as we spoke about. What is important then also in understanding these outcomes is that according to the architectural service, a full bouquet of architectural services, you have 6 work stages. If every registered person, when they approach a project, they work on the 6 work stages of architecture and deliver, and you have deliverables on each stage, that when you finish each stage, what is your deliverable? On inception, or when you go to stage 2, to stage 3, to stage 4.1, 4.2, stage 5, and stage 6, those deliverables, by on a natural course or organically, they respond to all the 10 competencies. That is also what I wish to tell the attendees, that if all RPs will follow all the work stages and ensure that you have deliverables on each work stage, organically it responds to all the 10 competencies. I see Waynard has raised a hand. We are going to go to the question and answers at the end of Teresa's presentation. It will come after me. So we'll ignore the hands for now. Please bear with us. And then I'm going to the next point, which is speaking to the learning levels. Mr. Bastu spoke about this in length. What this actually means is that as panelists, we're not expecting that a draftsperson, a technologist, senior technologist, and an architect will have the same type of knowledge, because the training is not the same. If a person has been trained as a draftsperson, will not have the same understanding and skill of an architect. Therefore, in terms of learning levels of assessment, we also consider what gets submitted per category. So you will not now be unfairly penalized that you did not present at an architect level if you are a draftsperson, because the learning levels speak to the expected progression of skill and knowledge acquisition, which will range from basic to higher order of thinking and creation. So it's important that I also highlight this, so that every category that submits to RPL, it is adjudicated and assessed according to their own level. Mr. Bastu spoke to this, which is in line with the learning levels that I spoke about, that if you're an architect, you're looking at the 10 competencies. We expect that if you want to upgrade to be an architect, because if an architect, you will not be upgrading to any further category. But if you're a senior technologist, you wish to upgrade to an architect, we're expecting that you have knowledge, understanding, and application and problem solving of all these competencies. It's only competency 9, which is computer applications, where in terms of problem solving, you can get away with, even if you're an architect. But with all the competencies, if you're a senior technologist and you believe that you've got the competencies to upgrade to an architect, we're expecting that you must have knowledge, understanding, application, and problem solving on all these competencies. If you are an architectural technologist upgrading to a senior architectural technologist, there's also a matrix that in terms of knowledge, understanding, application, and problem solving, knowledge, understanding, and application, we expect that you cover all 10 competencies. Then on problem solving, you see on competency 2, which is environmental relationships, on building structures, on contextual urban relationships, on architectural history, theory, and precedent, you may not have the problem solving. What does that mean? That means to a certain extent, maybe your education or your knowledge acquisition has not gotten you that far. That's why if you're a senior technologist going to an architect, we expect that you have gone that far. And then we go to a professional architectural draftsperson. Also, you can see on the matrix, in terms of knowledge, we expect that you know about all the 10 competencies. In terms of understanding, it also shows you where we expect that you understand. In terms of application, because of your training or your skills, or your training, your skill, and knowledge acquisition, you may fall short. So the matrix allows that we assess different categories the way the matrix is presented before you. And then I will go briefly to the gaps that we have identified during the recognition of prior learning assessment special consent. I'll just highlight a few. Architectural design development. Many applicants lacked strong evidence of design process, especially conceptualization and development. A person would come to an assessment, an applicant will come to the assessment, because what then happens is once you've presented your portfolio of evidence, that is regarded as final. So when the panelists sit for your assessment, you can't produce new evidence. So your portfolio must be complete prior to submission. When we consider the application, you then find that we don't see your design process. If you've gone to site, you understand what your building lines are, your sketch design, how did you get to the final picture? Because we then find a situation where in a portfolio, we find submission drawing level, construction drawings level, but we don't see what was the design process, what was the approach and so on. So that is why we highlighted this, that your design development needs to be evident. Second one is a competency with the SACAP 10 areas that we spoke about. That is why Mr. Bastu emphasized, I also want to emphasize, these competencies are everything that we look at. Some applicants did not sufficiently cover all required competencies, such as sustainability, contextual and urban relationship, and architectural history. And therefore, it comes back to what we're saying about the work stages, that if to a certain extent, when you service your clients or when you the way you work on your projects, if there are some work stages that you don't focus on, you don't have deliverables or proof of deliverables of that particular stage, it will show gaps in your competencies. Work stage involvement. Some applicants, they primarily present work stage from a later stages, which is stage 3 to 5, with little evidence from early conceptual and planning phases. This normally happens to RPs who work for larger firms. And maybe then the lower categories, maybe draftsperson, a technologist or senior technologist. You find that in a larger firm, you've got an architect that does the design, the inception and so on. And then you only get involved in stages 3 to 5, which is understandable. But then in your presentation of your evidence, we still require that your superior or supervisor grants you access to those design documents so that you will still in your templates show that you had 0% involvement, but it gives us an understanding and the background of the project. But also when you take over a project, say in stage 3, we still expect that you comply with the design baseline, whatever is the design background, you will comply with that on your stage 3 to 5. So we still need a seamless evidence that shows that you have an understanding of the prior stages, even if you were not fully involved, because that becomes a gap to many people that we don't have an opportunity to do stage 1 and 2 where we work, then you fall short, because those competencies will show in your architectural design, you will get a 0. But then you find that over time, how you interpret your drawings from the architect to local authority stage to construction drawings, if in terms of your oral evidence, we can see that you have an understanding that counts in your favor. Then we continue to contract documentation and administration. A frequent gap that was is the ability to show evidence on contract management and administration properly. Mr. Bastu spoke to that as well. That at times you ask RP that has been doing stage 5. What contracts are you using in your construction management? Is it JBCC, Proxa? What are you using? Proxa is mostly the consulting stages, but the JBCC part, right? The JBCC, using JBCC, NEC, and the person will not have an idea. But if you doing stage 5, there must be evidence of understanding on contract management. We spoke about, I think Mr. Basu spoke about the minutes, and to a certain extent, some will also post the payment certificates and the whole process that they understand to show that they do understand. Portfolio structure and justification. Some applicants needed to organize their portfolios better and provide proper documentation of their roles in the project. If you look at your submission criteria, there's a template where it gives you stage 1 to 6 to show that on each project, what has been your involvement. We need that to have an honest submission. If on stage 1 you were 0 or you were 30%, it gives us an understanding, because you won't be 0% on all the projects. On one project, you may be a 0, you may be a 30 on stage 1, and then 100 on stage 3 to stage 5. In another project on stage 1 to 3, you may be a 70%. So it gives an accurate positioning of how you were part and what was your role in the project. And then eligibility criteria awareness. A few applicants submitted projects older than the required 5-year window or lacked clarity on application requirements. So all the projects that are assessed must be within a 5-year period. There was a time, currently what we've been experiencing is that because of COVID, in 2020 to 2022, there was a bit of a gap. So some of the projects from 2022 to current and before 2020. So that breaks the 5-year window. But we need RPs to declare, if your project is over 5-year window, we ask that you declare through SACCUP procedures, that you submit your exemption request and explain why your project breaks the 5-year window. That will also be considered, because to a certain extent, some may not have projects that are currently in the 5-year window because of what we experienced in the industry and the nation. So those are my the gaps that I've identified. And in my conclusion, I want to say recognition of prior learning is accessible to everyone, especially those with extensive experience gained over the years, who have faced challenges in obtaining further formal education qualifications. We look forward to receiving more quality applications for potential upgrades. And SACCUP is really encouraging all those that have extensive experience to apply. And some have thought RPL is just an impossible mountain to climb, but Mr. Bastu, the chair of registration in RPL, has said we really look forward and we are very accessible. That's why we are having this webinar and we want to be more clearer. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Bastu. I'm going to call Therese, that is going to be presenting her part on how to bridge these gaps that I have identified. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Yes,
Mandisa,
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, do I just continue or do I wait?
Yes, you can.
Okay, are you
You can
seeing my
listen
correct?
to yourself and continue, yes.
Can you see my correct screen, Mandisa?
Yes, I can see, although it's not on full view. Please try full view.
Nope, wrong one. Let's go back. Let's try again. No, then I'm on the wrong screen. Let's try and shift the screens maybe.
Okay.
I think it went over to you're sharing the screen, no? It is that one.
Yeah, okay. Maybe close and try and share, close and then try share again.
Share. Screen to share. Is that better?
Much better.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, it feels very strange to talk to no one, to see no one, to hear no one. So I hope I come over correctly and everyone gets the message. I am the fortunate one to be the third one to repeat everything. So let me see if I can do a good job of still keeping it entertaining and keeping you in the process. Mandisa, you can just confirm I'm good to go. Everything is, you can hear me and sharing.
Yes, I can hear you. Good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I am that person that actually successfully RPL. So I think it gives me a good advantage to say I'm here, I'm from the other side. I understand where you guys come from and where you're going to. I have, after my RPL process, become very involved and have become a panelist in the process because of the passion that I feel. And I'm completely grateful for SACAP for giving us this opportunity to actually upgrade and be something better in South Africa and help South Africa in general to be better. So I hope I can help in that process. What am I going to do? What I can give you today is in the session, we will cover how to choose your 5 projects. Mandisa and Basti both spoke about you need to be careful how you choose your projects. So I want to try and help you and assist you to say, this is how we choose our 5 projects, or this is my 5 cents on how to make it easier for yourself. I also want to just quickly talk about competencies. We'll see how far we go on into detail into that after both presentations you've already had, and then how to structure your portfolio and to make it look professional, because I think that is a big part of you are trying to upgrade as a professional. So let's do professional stuff to actually give that opportunity. So this is definitely how I felt when I started this process. I just wanted to share with you guys that I understand completely where you are. I know it's intimidating, but let's try and break it down and see how we can simplify it and make it work easier for you. So if you think of a portfolio, the first main important thing for me was it is not like a meal where you are serving 5 different types of bread. And I think Basti also tried to make that clear for you guys. We don't want bread. We want a lunch, or now my words fail me, but we want a proper variety of projects to be able to make sure that we can say, yes, you have the abilities and the competencies that you are applying for. So everyone has said this, but let me just make sure you understand that you need to cover in a project all 10 the competencies. Yes, some will be strong and some will be weak. So my opinion about it is make sure when you start choosing your projects that if you choose a project, it can show the 10 competencies, but that it has at least 2 strong competencies that you can discuss. There's a reason for it. And I'll talk to you about that in the end, because it's about how you structure your interview and how you handle the interview process. So when you choose a project, the first thing you do is you check, can it showcase all 10 the competencies? And does it have 2 strong competencies that you can place attention onto? Showing variety, Basti also said that very clearly, that it's about showing 5 different projects. So to assist you in that, something I found when I was in my process was Kevin at that stage did a presentation and he supplied this nice summary. And the summary is basically, so if you're a draftsperson to an architect, for example, according to the IDO permits, the type of buildings you need to start looking at. So if you want to upgrade to a technologist, you want to look at shops, you want to look at warehouses, you want to look at community halls, swimming pools, work through these lists and make sure that you can somehow find rather 5 different projects or 5 different complexity than if you have to repeat a project. But for instance, if you are upgrading from a technologist to a senior technologist, see if you can't find, or in your project scope that you have done, obviously, a showroom or a supermarket or a student housing or a guest house. A single dwelling is fine, but then have 1, maybe 2. Don't try and do too many at one stage. So have a look at these and make sure you have different projects to showcase. On 5 same houses with the same specification, we are going to struggle to find your competencies in them. So have a look at those. So how do you start? You choose your 5 projects, like I said, and make sure they are strong, make sure they are different, make sure they at least have 2 strong competencies in them. Then what you want to do to structure your portfolio, to get your mind in the right place of where you're going to, and then you can start filling in the gaps, is you want the following things. You want a cover page. And on this, I want to say, you are a designer. You studied design somewhere in the process. Give us a presentation. Give us a, yes, this is me. Start with a confidence and that we want to look at it. So make sure it is a designed front page at least. We don't want a Word document. We don't want just written stuff. You will see as we go through the process, it's really a design. This is a project in one with 5 projects inside, but give us a full design to create your own. So we want a cover page, which is designed. There's obviously requirements that you need to put onto that cover page, make sure it's there. For example, your name, your SACAP number. This immediately tells us, okay, yes, this person is correct. They are SACAP registered. We can continue. A table of contents. So when we do the paneling and we sit and we go through everything, there's a lot of the time, oh yeah, but remember the guy did something there, and then we have to go and search through 5 projects to find where he did it. Where we will usually remember it was in this type of project. We can go to the table of contents. We can see, yes, it was this project. It is this guy. Let's quickly go through that again and see where we can give you the points. So it is important. The curriculum vitae, I think that's a whole topic of its own. Make sure you study that and see how to do a proper curriculum vitae and to give us the needed information. Where do you come from? Where do you go? That can be repeated. And a thing that is more important to me is the motivational letter. So motivational letter, I'm going to go into the next slide with that and just speak to you about that. So we'll come back to that one. We want reference letters. Reference letters from your colleagues, your employers. Bast, you also spoke about this. Your clients, your mentor. Who is there that you collaborate with that can say, yes, this person does it? I was privileged enough to have a mentor. I also had colleagues which I often work with. I enjoy working with my colleagues. So it was good for me to be able to say, listen, I'm busy with the RPL process. Do you agree that I am competent to start upgrading? And would you write a letter for me? So in my case, for example, I work a lot with HRAs. So I was able to get the HRAs to write me a reference letter and say, this is Therese. She does a good job. She does good designs, and we will definitely recommend her for upgrading. So reference letters definitely help. We do read through it. We read through everything that you send us. We pre-read through it before we have the panel meetings so that we know, what are you presenting to us? What do you want us to see in your portfolio? And that if there is gaps, we have the opportunity to ask you about them and see if you can fill them for us. We want to see your certificates. your required documents, whether you have a degree, whether you have studied wherever, whether you are SACAP registered, whether, well, you have to be to do this, but show us the certificates. It doesn't have to be a full page. So in my portfolio, I did A3 like they requested on a landscape. So I would do 2 certificates, for example, per page, put it nice out, have a background, have a design. You can see SACAP have this standard presentation. I wanted to do a very nice presentation for you, but SACAP gave me this beautiful, well-designed presentation sheets, and it already adds something to it. If this was just a document with white and black lettering on it, it would have no impact. So that's why we're saying design your portfolio. Design a sheet general package and put everything on it, but add it into it. So now you have your certificates in, and then we get to the real portfolio. So we want an index of that portfolio as well. It just outlines your 5 projects. Something I think that helps is if you copy your basic description of your project into that. Again, when we are evaluating you, we are looking for evidence to give you points. We really sit and discuss, go back, search for evidence. If you haven't put it out clearly, if we can say, yes, we can probably draw evidence from this or that, make it easy for us. Don't let us look for evidence. Show us the evidence. So if we can easier go back to a project, we often discuss a certain project afterwards, and it again helps us to just have a brief of what was it again. So if we get to the place of we are going to have the projects and then how we are going to put the projects out. So I'll come back to that also in a later slide. What I wanted to say here was a well-structured portfolio makes your work easier to assess. And I can't make this clear enough. The easier it is to review for us, the better your chances. I will help you later on in my presentation to give you some guidelines and some tips of how I think the best is to try and show this to us. But back to the motivational letter. So I'm sure most of you know the movie Show Me the Money. In this case is Show Me the Motivational Letter. So this is our starting point. This is where we start, and we want to see who are you? Why are you doing it? What is your architect history? Why are you going through this? It is a massive process. It is a lot of work that goes into this. So make sure that the reason you are doing this, then do it properly. Okay, so what is your passion in architecture? I am a residential architect. I love residences. Obviously, my portfolio couldn't have just residences. I had to use some of my other projects to confirm my portfolio. So do you have a mentor? Tell us something about your mentor. How long have you been with them? How do they assist you? What have you learned from them? Those kind of information. What type of projects do you work on? What activities have you been involved in? So in this case, it is sort of, so you're giving us 5 projects of what you've done. And at stages, I felt like I can't even close give you all the knowledge I have in 5 projects. So for me, it was quite frustrating at that stage because I felt like I needed to submit 10 projects, but it's a lot of work. So stick to the 5. But in your motivational letter, give us a breakdown. Give us a way of knowing you do more than just what you are submitting. So I was able to say, for instance, I have been submitting to these kind of estates. I have been successfully approved by this or this company. I do so many houses a year. I do. Just give us a breakdown of what you do to declare sort of you are busy in this practice and you are working with it and this is what you are doing. So I hope that makes sense for the motivational letter and you understand that this is really an important part of the process to make sure that we, again, don't have to go and search for evidence because we can't search your project list and see what there is. but you can tell us about your project list and tell us how long you've been in the industry and what you are busy with. So I'm not sure I'm going to go through this, but my idea was to let's talk competencies. But Bastu and Mandisa went through it with you guys. I might run through a little bit of it. So what I did is, I wanted to show you quickly. So my one big note about competencies is the key is to show and not just tell us. So find a way to show us your competencies. So if you have a full document, and I've done an example for you at the end of the presentation. So when we get to that, I will hopefully also be able to better give you an idea of what we are looking for. So I did also summarize the competencies for you just to give you an idea of who, what, where it is. But maybe what I will rather go through is how to show this. So if we talk about architectural design, for example, we know it's the basic stuff of who is the client, what do they want, interpretation, to sketches, your process to a presentation, as well as your design versus the build. So what makes this design interesting and relevant? How can you show this in your portfolio? So one of the main things that we rarely see is hand sketches. I hope there's not an architectural professional out there that doesn't start or doesn't have a scribble page. We're not looking for fancy sketches. We are looking for evidence. We are not the client. We are absolutely the panelists. And we are looking for evidence to say, yes, you're competent. So when I start a design process, for example, I sit with a client, and while we are busy with that first discussion of what you want, where you want, how we going to design this, there is sketches happening there. Make a copy of those sketches and put it into the portfolio. I'm not saying a full page. I'm saying, again, you have your backdrop of your design, so take sketches, put it into your portfolio on an A3 page, add 5 or 6 sketches, add your hand notes, add a side drawing that you've drawn quickly on site that just indicates the stormwater inlet and the lamp pole and any information that shows us you were involved. You are welcome to include your notes that you made for the client. Maybe you make a full client instruction. Then give it to us, show it to us. Again, not a full page of it. Put it into a presentation. So there's going to be an A3 page with a presentation, basically, of things like that. So when you add these things, I feel it is important to somehow tell us. We obviously can pick it up, but make sure we do. Tell us, this is part of the design. Maybe put a little block and say, design. We're going to know it's a competency. So other things is sketches that show problem solving. Sometimes I sit with a client and we make a drawing quickly of, but how are we going to solve this window that didn't fit under this roof or whatever? So if there's any sketches like that, just make a copy, draw it into the presentation that you're doing about that project. So other things that shows design is presentation due date maybe for the client. Sometimes we have a client that you do a full presentation for. We do 3Ds because you maybe work in a program that is 3D. So screenshot a few of the 3Ds and draw it in. But screenshot maybe when you started and when you ended. That there's a process, again, that we can evaluate because design is a process. If you did go through the effort of doing full realistic renders, pop us a few on a page, again, not a full page, add it to a presentation and put it there. We love side photos. Take a photo with you in the photo. It even makes it better. It's, again, a proof that it is all your work. So side photos, build versus design, starting point, those things show that you were involved, you designed, and you know what's going on in this project. And yes, we do check designs in terms of, so for example, we will have a client that presented a new residence on a 10-meter slope. There's a lot of things about that design that becomes, did you think about it? So if you know that was a difficulty of a project, then know that we are going to ask you about it. So for instance, if it is a slopey site, we're going to ask, do you know about, now my words have failed me again, but retaining walls. What do you know about a retaining wall? What did you do with the water? Because it is a competency. What did you do with structurally trying to keep this building on that slope? What was your involvement with the engineer? There's a lot of things. And then there is a small part of, we need to make sure that you actually know the building codes, that you know the regulations. Do you know the town planning scheme in general? I'm not saying deep-hearted questions that you must know. I'm saying our everyday work questions that we work with. Yes, I also don't know every day what exactly the millimeter size of a public bathroom is, but I know where to find it. But in general, I have a good idea of what it is. So those are the things that we are checking, questioning, and trying to get to. If we talk about environmental relationships, I'm not going to repeat, you know what it is about orientation, sustainability, water, different. So how do we show this again? Like we said earlier, a first site sketch definitely helps. Explaining, showing a sketch of, say, how you are planning to orientate it because of the orientation, that you are aware of. There's a north, there's a street side, there's an entrance side, those kind of things. Every project has climate and natural influences, whether it is in Gauteng or whether it is in the coast. Then if it's a coastal project, you know there's extra environmental stuff. So somewhere either list it, show us a picture about it, name it, so that you can say environmental is job. I will talk about putting a whole description of a project and how to do it in terms of trying to elaborate more on this, because not everything can be shown on a sketch or a plan or a photo. So there is definitely a big part of doing a description. So we'll get to that part. Construction technology. What detailed drawings did you do? Every project has somewhere through the stage a detailed drawing. I had a project where we did side-mounted blocks onto the building. I had to do a detail of that, where to start, how to put it up. That is a detailed drawing. That's a construction technology drawing. So go and look through your projects. It's usually those drawings that you did somewhere in the site process because someone asked for it, and it's not even on a sheet, but it is in there. That's what we're looking for. Put it into the presentation. Yet again, the presentation. I don't want to discuss this for 5 minutes because you only have 5 minutes to discuss the project. I want to be able to know it's there. It is nice to see documentation between specialists. Did you and the engineer, did he send you the plans? Did you provide information to the interior that she needed for this detailed drawing? And how did you maybe assist with it? Did you assist with material choices and reasons for it? But don't repeat the same stuff in every project. That's why I said at the beginning, it's nice if you know, these are my 5 projects, and this is the strong competency I need to lean on to make sure I do show it. Yes, all 10 competencies, but this is the strong competency I lean on. So for example, if project number 3 is your project that had a strong construction technology, then you're going to discuss all 10 competencies for that project, but you're going to lean completely on more detailed drawings, more specifications, the material choices, the documentations, so that we can know, yes, you've got construction technology down. We see you always have it, but on this project, you clearly stated that you have it and that you understand it. Structure of a building. This is again collaborations with other professionals, especially the engineer. If you have a car park, then we're going to ask you questions about the structure and how did you integrate with the engineer. I'm not saying you need the answer. I'm saying you need to have talked to the engineer and know how far did you have to place those columns. So if your project is the strong structure project, then make sure it has things like this that we can query and that we can check and that we can ensure that you have those. So yes, structure of buildings is technical drawings, whether it's from engineers, whether it's your own technical drawings. Obviously, our council drawings have a great amount of structural information on it. And as an architectural professional, I feel that you must be able to have a general feel for things. How far can a lintel span? How wide is steps? So there is general structural things that an architect is supposed to know, or architectural professional. Roof designs is a good structural thing to show. Maybe you have a complex roof design and you can discuss it in detail with us. In detail, again, make sure there's enough drawings so that you don't have to say too much in your 5 minutes to prove that you understand it. I had, for example, in my portfolio, a project that was coastal, but was on sandy soil. So the engineer and I had a big discussion and there was proof of our collaboration. And we in the end had to do 3-meter wide foundations. And I had to stop. Why am I doing these foundations? And what is the influence of it? And how did I incorporate the foundation design, because it was on a slope as well, into coping with the slope and having these massive foundations. I, for example, had also photos of that foundations, which makes it real and gives it that evidence to say, yes, I had tricky soil. It was a complete structural thing. I collaborated with the engineer. The builder and I had to meet up a few times. Here's the site photos. And this is how I handled my structural building. If we talk about context and urban relationship, I think it's also such an easy competency to show. Most of the competencies is really easy to actually show in your projects. It's find a way to show them. That's the important part, I think. So I think by now you know context and urban relationships it's about how it micro and macro relationships of that space, the regulations due to surroundings, design influences, the height restrictions, for example, all of those things are context. So again, sketches. Even in your council drawings, probably there's, for example, height restrictions that we showed. Did you cope with HOA? HOA is part of context. It is in a state. It is part of a bigger plan and a process, and there's rules and regulations that helps it. So all of this becomes context. It is nice to see that you have taken into account neighboring sites. Where's the neighbors? This can be a simple hand sketch. Again, it's something that should have been with the start of the design, but we need to see it. And it's easy to show it to us because it's as easy as a sketch that comes with the design part, and you can say design as well as context. I also, for example, had projects where we had to do OSCE applications. We had in historical applications we had to do on one of my projects. And these was all part of, there's a whole urban context that we are working with. It's not just me and my house and my building or whatever. There's a definite bigger scale to it. So ways to show it is, for example, as well, something simple like a surveyor diagram, because it shows there's other properties around it. It shows there's maybe a park on the site. It shows it's part of the greater Kruger. It shows a competency, and that's why you have to put it in. So height restrictions can be shown on council drawings, but then go to your council drawings, make a little, like if you want to do a speech bubble, but show us that there was a context thing and you've shown it here. But you need to be able to see that that was a competency so that we can see that it was a competency. Architectural history and theory, this is something that often gets complained about. But I think it is, again, something that you can easily incorporate. So when you start a process, there is basic stuff that you start with, depending on the project, obviously, but there is maybe a history in the area. I had a project in Forest Town, for example, where they are completely about the whole area and the heritage of it and how and what you relate to everything around it. So this was a good project to choose to show architectural history and theory. On that same project, I had a whole process with the client that we followed, for example, to say, what do we want to create here? It wasn't just, let's create a 2-bedroom house with blah, blah, blah. It was a project where we had inspiration. It was a living gallery. It was a living gallery house. So the idea was that we showcase this through supporting architectural history. So I had a lot of presentation work I did, which, yes, one, it takes competency of computer, it takes competency of design, and then architectural history. So find inspiration in something and add it to your project so that you can show. But this is where we gathered some different knowledge about the process. So mostly pictures, interpretation, sketches, research that you gathered. So even if it is, again, on one sheet, show your research. Even if it's small pictures, we love zooming, it's not a problem. But put it there that if we are searching for it, we can help. Sometimes history and theory has an influence on materials, for example. So it's great. It's a 2-tick because it's history and it is materials technology. So it gives you immediately a place to say speech bubble, whatever, blocky. Yeah, I've done this competency and I'm showing you it's here and here and here. I hope I'm making sense and that everyone is still awake and that it is still going strong. Building services, relation technology, I think, show us a sewer slip. Maybe there isn't any sewer. So is there a septic tank detail? Great, double tick, because we get a building services tick and we get a detailed drawing tick. So it's a design thing. Maybe you had to demolish a previous building before you could start. Show us the paperwork. That's a whole process on its own. So show us that documentation then, and it applies to services. So again, 2 competencies check. But you need to show us that that is where you are saying that this is the competency that we are doing. So it's simple things you need to add, and you need to pin them, name them, make sure we are aware that you are aware which competencies you have checked in this process. Contract and documentation. In one presentation page, maybe show on one project, please, not all of the projects. If you've done council documentation once, we know you can do the council documentation. So we know how a Form 1 look in detail. So if you can add it on one A3 sheet and show us, yes, I've done documentation, I do this regularly, I know what's going on, then that box is ticked. We see a lot of council drawings. I know the other two also spoke about it. Council drawings is difficult to show us any information. That's why I keep on saying, add the notes that we know this is what you want to show. So if you put in council drawings, yes, we want to see that you can do a proper set of council drawings, but not necessarily on each project. Or if you do, combine them to be a few pages on a page again, so that the complete document isn't as big. Back to documentation, just they also spoke about adding your contract that you have with your client, adding the certificates you needed for occupation, for example, adding the certificates you needed to show that you are competent. There's so many things under documentation that you can use as a yes, I've got this competency down and I understand it completely. So computer application is a very low scale understanding of level or whatever that you have to have. It isn't one of the major things, but it is nice to see, yes, you understand and you present to a client, because I think a big part of our job as architectural professionals is to be able to give our clients exactly an idea of what they are going to get in the end. And that's why computer applications have become part of it. Yes, sketches is still valid, but then you have to be able to sketch. So what do you present to your clients? What do you give your clients? What do you submit? What programs do you use? This might be something that you add into your general description or into your motivational letter. We can see it in your CV as well, to say, I'm capable to use these and these programs, and this is what I give my clients. It's nice to sometimes see a rendering because it shows your design capability, but it's also computer applications. So again, two competencies checked in one go. So those things help. If it is something that you've done a presentation on for a client or a group or something, it's nice. Show it to us. Make it smaller. Put it on A3, but show it to us. So that is how we can just see and say, yes, computer application competency is checked. If we talk about office and practice and legal and aspects and ethics and all of those things, this is again, a lot of these competencies overflow, and it's good to be able to say, yes, here's another 2 or 3 competencies even checked. So if you add a client contract, not in every project, but at least in a project, show us your client contract. Show us who your office is. If you say in the project you've worked with this and this and this colleagues, it shows, yes, there's an office, there's a process, and you understand it, and you're part of the process. A big part of office and practice is that you actually show that you understand that there's a process from start, meeting the client, to actually getting to a built building, because an office have a load of admin to get to that process. I think if anyone told me how many admin is involved in architecture, I would have definitely thought twice, because it feels on most days like I'm just doing admining, but it is a massive, massive part of this. So for example, maybe put a photo in from your office if it's something that you feel they contribute to your process. If you have a mentor, tell us in your motivational letter a little bit about your mentor and what you have learned from him. What else is there? In general, there's a lot of things of office practice that's silly little things and processes. So maybe on a project where you need a competency, you can put in the office practice of it. So you can show, for example, the council forms. That's part of your office and your practice, and the fact that there's legal documentation. Do you know who is allowed to sign? And are you allowed to sign for the client? Those things becomes competency in terms of office practice, but also in terms of documentation. So it's, again, a double whammy that you can gain points for by simply showing us, for example, on one project, your council submission forms, HRA submission forms. I had a project where I added definitely like the HRA submission form. I added the council forms. I did the revisions just to show that there was a process and that I was part of the process or in the process, and that I did all the steps, which makes that the world outside says, yes, we are good architectural professionals, and not just going and leaving a process halfway. That's what we want to see, part of having a competency. That's a tremendous competency, showing that you understand and that you actually are going to be a good architectural professional for the public outside. So that was the competencies in a nutshell from my side about how to show them. So if we now say, okay, you've chosen your project carefully, you've made sure it's got all 10 competencies, you made sure there's at least 2 strong competencies per project, you've set out your projects with a, let me just see, is this page, I think, where I say, so when you want to set out that specific project, then it's nice to, again, have a cover page. Then we know this is this project. Maybe there's a render photo on it. Maybe there's something that shows us this is the project. This is the name, it's the category, and maybe this is the key competencies. That really, really helps, because now we know we need to go and look for these key competencies in this project. Give us a description. But by giving us a description, and I'll run through it in a slide a little bit later on, is it's a 1-pager, a 4-page of the description. And in that, you need to keep us interested for your own sake. In terms of, it's nice to have a project where you can say, yo, this project was so interesting because the soil fell away on day 5 of excavations, and we had a whole tunnel with an old septic tank that we found. It's interesting, and immediately we know, hey, this person was really part of this project. He knows exactly what happened on site. Sure, there's a lot of competencies we can all of a sudden check for this project. So keep your description in your general one, I would say, with the interesting facts, maybe like a paragraph, and then rather give us key competencies description to support your project further. So your 1-page description, I would say, is a summary sort of the project with something interesting, and then the strong competencies that you discuss. And this is, again, remember earlier I said that sketches and everything is great, but now you have to word it for us as well. Tell us clearly that you've done this, but how have you done this? And why have you done this? So yes, we can see now there's your evidence, okay? Why did you do that competency? Why did you submit documentation to OSCIA? And what was their feedback, for example? Those kind of things, but short. Summarize it and give us the essential stuff. So we want a description page or a cover page, then a description page that we know what we are looking for. And that's when you start pasting pages with your sketches, your development drawings, show us your process, your technical, your council plans, the things that prove in the end that you have the competencies, the site photos, your completed work maybe. Everything is proof, and that's what you want us to see. So your portfolio was then the biggest hurdle to get to. And if you did your portfolio properly and you went through all the processes, like I explained now, choose your projects, set out your projects in a nice structural way, give us the information clearly stating without doubt that this is the competency and this is where I show it, then we get to your preparation for the interview is much easier. So if you know your project, there isn't really a lot of things that we can ask you about it. There isn't the type of questions that we asked, I was thinking about it earlier, is in such a way that if you were involved in your project, you will know the answer. You will have successfully grown into it and you would have known this and this and this is what it is. And even if you explain the process then to us and not necessarily give us the straight answer, it's still something that we can see and hear and understand and say, yes, competency checked. But you also said that you have 5 minutes. So I think I'm just quickly going to chat about that in terms of you have 5 minutes to present yourself. In that 5 minutes, it's basically your motivational letter that we want to hear. Don't read it for us. But now you go and sit and you take your motivational letter and you say, what is the key stuff that I need to tell these people about me so that they know I am ready to upgrade? And that's what we want to hear. So your history, where you come from, how long have you been there? What are you passionate about? That slide. That's what we want to hear in that 5 minutes. And practice it. Write it down and practice it. 5 minutes is so short. I don't even know how long my presentation have been, but 5 minutes to give information through in this way has to be very, very structured to get to that point. So when you start talking about your projects, that's where I said, okay, so when you do your projects and you've chosen it, that's why I want, or why I think it's nice if you have 2 strong competencies, because that 5 minutes, you can really zoom in on that 2 competencies. But then in the end of your half an hour, you're going to have 10 strong competencies over 5 projects. I hope I'm making sense and that I'm saying this in the right way for you guys, that you hear me, that the interview is easy if you prepare your portfolio correct. And if you then have your projects chosen correctly, and you can really show us 2 competencies per 5-minute talking. This is my personal thought of how to make it easier and how to make sure that you get all of the information to us. The way to try and make it a successful, definitely, by doing this. Okay, I think I've traveled a little bit off of my slides. So let me just see where we are. Okay, this is what I spoke to you about now, about getting that interview process correct and how to wrap it up. So if you want to, I can, in short, I thought, okay, if I explain to you, and I don't want to read through all of this, but what I wanted to show you was, so say there was a client and the client's requirement was a dental room, medical room. So I wanted to show you by highlighting the competencies through a general description of this project. So if I have to quickly say on the project overview, I could have said, you know, this and this and this is it, and that's design. That's my competency on design. If I can say I met the client on site, then I have immediately environmental. I've got context. If I said I researched the legal regulations for that stand, I draw the zoning, I got the sewer, that's town planning scheme, National Building Regulations, but it's also documentation. I didn't even put that there. And it is also services. And it is also, it was the other thing I want to say, design. So because all of that brings back to that competency. So now I have a client meeting. So the client meeting is all about the design. We discuss what is the orientation of the building. Immediately we have environmental. We discuss how is the location of the stand. So where's the street side? Where's the services that's installed? So that's building services. Where's the neighboring properties? Does it influence us? Can we work around them? What is there a massive building that's blocking our view? Context, context and urban and surroundings. So just in 2 paragraphs, I have basically covered 5 of the competencies. The moment you draw the zoning and the regulations, you show us, one, you're an architectural professional, so you're taking to recognition the national building regulations. You know about the Tshwane scheme, for example, and now you start doing a little bit of research. Is it complying with them? What is in the title deed? Does the title deed have some old note in it that says it can only have zinc roofs, for example? Then there's context, there's history. Why is that rule there? Just in general, have maybe a look, see why it's there, see where it comes from. Maybe you know this as a general. So I haven't even started the design, and I am on 7 of the competencies. So if I do the environmental considerations, I start doing some hand sketches. So I've got sketches, I've got proof, I've got another environmental check. Immediately we are gaining on proof that we are there. So now the client gave me the requirements, and because it's a medical unit, there's some technology that I need to research. So competency checked. There's going to be a double story, so it's a structure, but I need to show this, say this, and prove that I am involved in it. Maybe there's a reception area, which has to have ergonomical desk design. So I have to collaborate with the interior. I have a design, I've got technology, competency shown. The parking outside, the sanitary facilitations, the public toilets, all of that is immediately things that brings me back to competencies. Services, documentation, and knowing my national building regulations. So I need to put on proper signage and visibility. So is there some history, some theory design of how to make my building look outside like not a dental office maybe, or like a precise dental office? So I need to do some research on that. And that's something that I can show by simply showing a short, or on my presentation page, I can show a piece where I did some research and this is what I found. Okay, so then there's obviously formal documentation. So there comes my documentation check. I need the title deed. I need a letter of appointment. I need a scope of work. So my office needs to be involved, obviously, because we are busy with these kind of things. There's office competency also checked. So by now, I've already checked all of my competencies at least once. The survey, the structural work can be done. I showcase my survey that I've done. I showcase my engineering drawings. I show how I've incorporated my engineering drawings. And that is another competency structures check. So what is left? We do some sketches that we show the design with. We maybe do some renders, which shows that I've done computer applications. And I think that actually covers my whole competency set. So in a general description, I even went further just to show you. You guys can read through it if you want to, but it's just to give you an idea with a simple description of a project. And I didn't go into detail. From this, you can do nothing general, but you can add the detail now into it, and you can see how quickly you can achieve the competencies. So that was my main idea, was to make sure to show you guys that it's not a difficult process. Start it right, choose your projects wise, make sure you get all your competencies shown, find a way to show it in a presentation for us. Make sure whether it's a speech bubble we talked about, whether it is a little block, whether it's a sign that says, this is it. We had a portfolio at a stage where the lady took each subject and then commented on the project below that. That's also fine. In all, it all comes together that you show your competencies, and you can show them in more than one way, which then makes it so much easier for us to not go and search for it. My funny for the day would just be that a doctor can bury their mistakes, but us, we have to live with them. So that's why we are upgrading, and that's why we're bettering ourselves every day, because that building is there and we live with it. Thank you very much. I will give it back to, I suppose, I don't know, Mandisa, who's doing the questions and answering.
Awesome, Therese. Munetsi and Manoko will coordinate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all my presenters. Now it's time for questions and answers. We have been trying to answer some questions, but let me start answering some few questions that are generic before we let in people to ask questions. Firstly, all those who have attended and who have attended the entire webinar, you don't need to write your number or your name on the chat or whatever. We will use this webinar register, not the one that you register, but the attendee register. Then we can allocate you some CPD points. So all CPD points will be allocated. So those who have got questions about their LSD or project that they did some time, I'm going to put a number, an email for Nuran that you can send. That is only for you to ask, especially if you had applied for LSD, RPL long back, and you did not receive an answer, or you want to ask any, or want to make a follow-up on, you can use that that number. Now I would myself and Manuk will then ask people to raise their hand. We will then allow you to ask questions to all our panelists. The other generic question that was being asked by people is about this webinar's video and PowerPoints. All the PowerPoints, they will be in our library. You're going to find our library in your profile. So if you log on to the system, you go to your profile, you'll see at the top far end there the word library. There you will then find all the presentation. The video, you will find it from our YouTube channel. We are at SACAP as well as on our Facebook. It's there on Facebook. We are not going to remove it from Facebook, and we are going to put it on the YouTube. So that's being said, I am now allowing people to ask some questions, and my panel, they will answer those questions, or they can also answer some of the questions that are on the chat if they want to. But we will all answer all unanswered questions that we have put on the chat. We are going to extract them and respond to them. After we have done that, we can communicate via our system to all users, or else we will put the answers in the library. So we'll put it in library and you will then find all these answers in the library, or else on our next, in the first financial, we're going to have another RPL and registration webinar. That webinar will then, when they present, the presenters, they will try to answer those questions as well. So the first person here I have, it's Frank Farai Maroja. You can, I've given you rights to speak. You can ask some questions.
Okay, thank you. Mine is a simple one, very simple question, but I think I've struggled to get answers for the past 2.5 years, and I think I initially directed the question to Nita, and then on the 25th of October last year, I bumped into Brenda, who I shared my situation with regards to not getting a response from Nita. She then forwarded my query to Dimpo, and to date I still don't have an answer. But I felt it's a simple question that didn't warrant non-response. My question was simple: that if one has done RPL and we have gotten your results, and I just wanted to check, based on the outcomes of my results, do I need to redo the RPL process? And if so, what can I do to enhance the areas that need to show more competence? Because sometimes it's a matter of presentation and not necessarily not being knowledgeable in the area. Like the previous presenter said, you need to be very careful how you present your work, and I think sometimes it's a matter of that. So that was my question, and I'd sent them my results to that effect, but I haven't gotten a response to date.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure we will follow on that one, but Councillor Mandisa, I think she can answer that question. Not disclosing your results, that we will take it on email, but a generic answer. Councillor Mandisa, please, can you come through?
Thank you, Frank. On this one, because it's a particular case, please, send us an email on the chat. Just post your email address. We'll follow up on the matter. Mainly because yours also has got an outcome. Because I would be keen to know if in your outcome it was specified which competencies you lacked in, and in that way, it will be clearer where you can improve your portfolio of evidence. And then the reason why I also say you post your email address, it will also, as SACAP will also guide you in terms of, are you paying again for that assessment? What did your outcome letter say? Because in some instances, you find that we do grant an opportunity for applicants to submit additional information. So that's why we're asking that if you can post your email address, we'll make sure that we attend to your matter, because it is a specific case and we can't necessarily treat it as general. We'll give you advice going forward. Thank you, Frank.
Okay. Thank you, Mandisa. I think maybe just to be brief, the closing remarks, I do have the results. The closing remarks are, unfortunately, you do not have the experiential prior learning to move to the next registration category. You are encouraged to return to the interview panel once you have more convincing evidence and a portfolio to display the required competency evidence. I think, it basically says I must return to the interview panel, but I'm not sure what that entails, whether it entails re-registering or just me compiling the evidence and the portfolio again and sending it through.
Yes.
Yeah. So
okay.
Okay. Sorry, my counselor. So, Farai,
Yes.
the reason why counselor said that you need to put in your number in there, we don't want to discuss specific matter on a public forum.
Yes.
Yes, you did it willingly, but we will not allow that.
Okay.
We'll then request you. I've put an email where you can send your query, and you can put your email. Then we can communicate with that. We don't want to discuss a specific, like the counselor said, a specific issue here. But my counselor will then come through and amplify. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. I can't access my chat. I'm not sure why, but I just wanted to put my email address, but it's frankfarai@gmail.com.
All right. Thank you, Frank. No, that is enough, Monetsi. Thank you, Frank. We'll follow up with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have Mohamedin, our former council member, Andrik, then Mr. Nube or Miss Nube there. In that order, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would like you to elaborate on the fee structure. And then we want clarity on special consent. If I apply for 3 different building types, how is this fee structure? Will I be charged 3 times the fee or just once for 3 different building types? Thank you.
So, Munetsi?
Yes, who's speaking? Yes, is it Councillor? Yes, all my panelists, you can quickly jump through.
I think maybe you should answer that, from an administrative point of view, how you'll how you'll allocate the fees for the special consent, because we might not be privy to how your back office works regarding the fee apportionment to the number of special consent applications submitted by an applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Ms. Mohamedin, let's say you apply three application. In your one application, there are 3 building topologies. It will be treated as one application. So the fees is for one application, even if there are 10 building topologies that you have included in that particular application, that one, it will be treated as one application. There's no different fee per building topology. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrik Jacobos.
Good afternoon, and all. Thank you so much for allowing us to sit here. Thank you for all the information you've given us. I was registered in 2006 after 20 years of experience as a professional architectural draftsperson. I will be 70 by December. I'm just asking this application for a special consent. It's difficult for me at the moment to continue with my last couple of years. I will be 3 years longer in business. Should I still apply for special consent to continue with that what I was registered for before on the identification of work? If I want to continue with that, I normally do just double-story houses. I've done about 80 so far in my life, and I still do get a double-story here and there, and small industrial buildings of all less than 500 square meters. And I just want to know, and I'm willing to do it, if I should continue with the application for special content, just to continue with my identification as it was from 2006 until 2021.
Well, I can answer that question for you. Mr. Hendricks, I'm assuming that you have not taken up the opportunity to do an LSD application, which would have automatically allowed you to do that kind of work. So if you have not taken up that opportunity, then I would suggest that you do a special consent application that will allow you to actually continue doing the work that falls outside, the work identified in the SACAP's IDOW matrix. So we encourage you to actually do that special consent application if you have not taken up the LSD mechanism that was provided a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will do that. I've applied for RPL and paid for that, but I will take it up on the special consent thing and get back to you on that regard. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, you say that you applied for RPL.
I've applied for RPL and paid the money. I think it's about 7,000 or something for that. And nothing happened so far. So I'm just illustrating. I'm willing to do the right thing, just to keep in my registration and to keep on doing what that I was been doing for the last 40 years. So that's the only thing.
Okay, no, I suggest you follow up with the office just to see where there's a blockage in your application, because there should have been some form of communication between you and SACAP. So just check, maybe the RPL might be a better process for you instead of wasting money, but just communicate with the office, see how they can assist you best, and then take it from there, and then see which is a better mechanism for you to use.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will get back to you and reply on the mail that I've got so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pilisane, you are next. Manogo, you will maybe handle the hands. Pilisane, you are next. Pilisane Ngube. All right, we skip Pilisane. I haven't been following the order.
Oh, we have, may I
Okay,
speak?
Manogo, you're there.
Yes, we have Jackie Witboy, who's next.
Okay.
Hi. Sorry, can you hear me? Good morning. Very good afternoon.
We can
Hello?
hear you. We can
Oh,
hear
thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, on the previous guy who spoke, sorry, I didn't get the man's name. I think at 70 years old, yeah, that's what I'm asking for is the following. The 5 projects for the RPL, right? Must it be 5? Let me explain why I asked that question. Like this is, even on the special consent, there's no such thing as fuel stations. There's no just engine in total, right? So with that, on the fuel station, right, there's 3 different types of buildings. You look at it. You get the building itself, which is the shop. Then you get the training area, also in the same spot.
Sorry, Jackie. Sorry, Jackie. Sorry, Jackie, your network is bad. We can't hear well.
Yeah.
Your network is not good, it's not stable. So we're battling to hear you.
Oh, okay.
All right, Manogo, let's go back to Jackie later. Can we take someone else?
Hello, can you hear me?
That's better, much better.
Oh, okay. There's a question I'm asking for, like for instance, on fuel stations, right? So you get your shop at the fuel station, and you get the building itself, and of course you get the place where you pump tanks. So if you look at it, it's a supermarket. It's a structural, basically a fuel station like a garage. You use structural steel. and the building itself, of course, that's why I said it's three different. The question I'm asking, can I do that as one application instead of or must I do it like as three because it's three different types of building on one property? That's the one question. The other question is also about the like I said, the special consent. There's no such thing in a special consent for fuel stations. The closest there is the one that says garages and showroom on the commercial, which I cannot apply for because I got plenty of experience in that. Then the other problem is I've been working on my own now for the last couple of years. I have not been in contact with previous companies, so I do not have pictures. Like companies, they won't just give me a picture of the work I used to do, but I probably can get some type of drawing. How do I do that? Do I just say the company's name and the person you refer to that I work with, or how do I do that if I were to add that as a project as one of my projects for the special consent? No, sorry, yeah, for the RPL. Sorry. Hello?
Yes, Jackie, thank you for your question. Mr. Bastu, do you want to take that? Or
Okay.
should I?
Okay, let me just so he's asking in terms of special consent, even though your building type has not been identified under the list that you're referring to, I suggest that you submit a special consent application because the building typologies have been revised. I'm not sure when SACAP is going to make that available to the public. But please submit your special consent application regarding, garages that's not listed in that category, and the panel will consider that. And in terms of your RPL application, I think when we're looking at the fuel station, we'll be looking at the services that are ancillary to that fuel station. So it will be taken as one building type, not three different applications. So your RPL will include the forecourt, the supermarket, and any other showroom that's ancillary to that service that's been provided on that site.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Mrs. van der Venter wants to just give some input into this as well.
Yes, I can. So remember at a stage that Mr. Bastu say that it's not necessary that you have to only submit 5 projects. So obviously I would still submit 5 projects, and the garage can be one of them because the garage is going to be, like you say, the garage, the shop, the shop, and the whole combination. So obviously that's a very strong project. And I would really focus on the competencies all of the competencies that you got. And we will obviously on our own say, yes, it did cover quite a lot of things, especially if you say in your motivational letter that this is something that you do regularly, that it's a process and that it's something that you're good at. And if we can see in your design that is something that you're good at, then obviously we give you a lot of credit for it. So focus just that you make sure you show us the competencies where you think they all are in the fact that you're doing a garage, because there is a lot. I mean, there's environmental, there's so many interesting competencies. For me, doing portfolios have become sort of more, it's more, you sort of explore your own project and you will be amazed to see how much work you actually put into your brain to do that garages. It isn't just black and white and straightforward. So now you need to take that things that you do in the background of your brain and put it foreground and show us. And you will definitely, it will be a very, very strong project that you will show us. I hope that helps.
Yes, okay, thank you. I think answers all questions answered. Thank you very much.
Up next, we've got Jade. I'm not sure if he had spoken before. Her, Miss or Mr. Jade, you're up next.
Yes. Hi, thanks guys for all the information so far. I just wanted to ask in terms of the process, so if a registered professional has got somewhat over 10 years experience prior, and is now going to start the RPL process. I understand that you need to upgrade to each category, but there's a time period, I think is 2 or 3 years, isn't it, between each category that you can reapply for the next stage. Is there some way we can sort of fast track that process and submit to upgrade each one in a closer time period based on the experience that you've had in the past?
Mr. Pastor, you leading on that one?
Yeah, 1 minute. So you say you have 10 years experience, you want to upgrade, and then you want a fast track. You don't want to follow that timeline that's provided in the registration upgrade matrix. So I think for now we'll have to refer this to the education committee and get some advice from them because they have put that mechanism in place. So I think, Munetsi, can we just note this concern? I think there were several of this in the chat as well, where people felt that based on the number of years of experience and the waiting time between each registration upgrade level, there's a waiting period. Maybe we get clarity from the education committee as to the rationale behind the thinking of why they put that timeline. There might be a reason, and I don't have the reason right now. So Munetsi, we will take this gentleman's name down, and I think there's a few other gentlemen in RPs in the chat that asked a similar question. Maybe we can, answer that in a generic format so that everyone
Mr.
has
Jade,
clarity.
are you still with us?
I am. Thank you very much for the answer.
Yeah, so we'll get back to you on that one.
Okay,
And,
thank you
and
so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, and those who have asked a similar question on the chat group.
Thank you. We've got, I'm not sure, I can see Mr. Frank's hand is still up. I don't know if he still wants to ask a question. And then we have Elijah Mlambo, and then next thing we have Sheila Mashinin, in that order.
Elijah, please unmute.
Elijah.
All right, Sheila, please unmute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for this webinar. It is very much informative. However, my question is kind of like, it's going to deviate a little bit. I would like to know, I understand there is a revision on the IWO framework. So my question is, I just want to know when is it going to be finalized, that revision on the IOW? Just that question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila Thomas. I think at this stage we can't give you a definite answer when that will go out to the RPs. I think there's some internal processes that need to be followed, and I think there is some consultations with other external providers stakeholders that we need to consult with. Once those processes have been finalized, then SECAP will then make that information available to the RPs. So just be patient, and that revision will be made public shortly. And I think it's a much improved version. I think SECAP, when they did the first IDW publication, they did commit to actually reviewing that IDW on a yearly basis. And based on the inputs and the feedbacks that we received during the LSD application process, we have now improved that IDW. So just be patient, and once SECAP is ready to publish the revised IDOW, you will receive it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we've got Robin, and then Cornelis, and then Tepo, in that order, please.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. So my situation is a little complicated. All right. I graduated in 2004 with my BTech to become a senior architectural technologist. I was already registered as a professional architectural technologist at that stage. But since then, I have gone back. I've done a master's for professional architect. However, my master's was interrupted. I did the first year, and then the second year, I had an opportunity to work overseas, which I couldn't refuse. All right, so I have been working for about 10 years, starting at Savage and Dada Architects. My main role was a project architect and lead designer. I'm now based in at a Dubai office. I do very large projects in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. Sorry, can we mute?
Sorry,
Thank you
sorry,
so much.
Robin. Sorry, Robin.
I'm busy sorting that out.
Sorted, thank you.
Okay. So, all right. And also during this meeting, I've been stepping out for other meetings and perhaps I've missed some information. My first question is, will we receive a recording to review when we have a bit more time? And with regards to my current situation, I am an associate at ADIS Architects. It's the 7th biggest architecture firm in the world. I have my capacity in my job is lead designer and associate architect, where I run and project manage projects. So effectively for the last 10 years, I've been working as a professional architect without the registration and using the obviously the registration of the people around me for checking and accepting responsibility for my work. So, you know, I will be putting a portfolio together and updating my CV, and I'll send it through. But I'm just wondering, you know, because of my experience, can I bypass architectural technologists, a senior architectural technologist, and just do my RPL assessment and my my exam, my professional practice exam to become an architect? Or is that checked on a case-by-case review of CVs and portfolios?
Right, before you come in, Mr. Bastu, can I get clarity, Robin? What is your current registration?
Architectural technologist.
Architectural technologist. And you
Correct.
say you have done the BTEC already?
I've done the BTEC. I've done year one of my MTech. Unfortunately,
Right. Okay,
yeah.
no,
So
let's go bit by bit. Okay.
Yeah.
So with the BTEC, my understanding is that you are supposed to register for senior architectural technologist already with writing the exams. So I just want to get that out of the way firstly.
Okay. All right.
Right. So yes, Therese?
I think it is an older BTEC. I know it's changed now. They've changed it now to a 5-year project, and recently that's my understanding. I could be wrong.
All right. So we need to check the NQF, and then that can be done outside this meeting. Firstly, to understand that if your educational qualification allows you to register as a senior architectural technologist first, that will be the first part. If then you remain an architectural technologist, unfortunately, can only go up one category. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to avoid. And I think that this is in line with one of the previous questions. You know, when someone has 25 years of working experience in a category above their next category, like an architect as an architectural technologist, surely that should be evident of their RPL.
Yes. So as Mr. Pastor said, that this will be referred back to the education committee, firstly, and secondly, in your case, since you have a qualification, also outside of this meeting, we can also assess that to see where does that place you. Because the fact that you're working abroad, we've had in the RPL process, people that work abroad who have presented credible projects that have been assessed in that way. So that's why we request that we note your question, but because we need to verify the issue of the qualification, where does the NQF stand? and then take it forward from there. But regarding upgrading 2 categories that ago, we will refer that back to the committee and definitely come back to the attendees.
Mandisa, can
Yeah.
I jump in and just say
Please
one
do.
thing about it? It's either or you're going to do a portfolio. So my advice would be start the process. Start the process, do the interview, do your exam, and then see what happens. Then we also have something more to say. This is the kind of quality and we can experience from you already. In your review, from the panelists, they will give you feedback and say, this is where we think you should, why we can't upgrade you enough or whatever. But you need to start the process either or. So start the process and then take it further.
That's fine. My second question, this meeting recording, will it be made available to us?
Yeah, let me answer that. Let me answer that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me answer that, and before I answer that, let me also amplify from the issue of jumping from one category to the next category. It's so that we don't open a can of worms. That process is a case by case. The policy states that you move from one category to the next category. It's a case by case whereby it will be referred to the committee. So I just want that to be quite clear there. Secondly, yes, like I said before, probably you are not on the call. This video is going to be on our Facebook one. It's also going to be on our YouTube page. It will be there, and all the presentation, they will be on your profile. If you check under library, you can find them under library, as well as a link to the to YouTube. It will also be in one of the documents there. But the actual video, you can actually go straight to YouTube, you can get it, but you can get a link which we're gonna put in our library there. Thank you.
Understand, thanks. And also just contacts for relevant people to assist with queries and to submit portfolios to. Is that all included? Apologies, I'll remind you again, I did miss some parts of the meeting.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Okay.
All the applications, they are done online. You go to your profile, and your profile, there is a tab, applications there. You can apply whatever you want to apply. However, for queries, I've put an email for Nuran. There you send all your RPL as well as special concern questions to her. Who will then reply through that email. But all our applications, they are no longer being sent to an email. They are done on the process, on the system, so that we are be able to track them. Because we were finding issues that I send an email, no one is replying, but in a process we can see all your stages. What is important, as I said when we started, is to make sure that you upload all the documentation that are required. If you are getting some challenges, you can call us, we can assist you over the phone how to upload and to complete the application on the system.
All right, thank you very much. That's very, very informative and reassuring. It's been a good meeting. Thanks.
Manu, you can proceed.
Up next, we've got Cornelis, Tshepo, and Samketi. Cornelis? Cornelis, are you with us? Okay, can we then have Tshepo, please?
Well, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Right. I think there's another person trying to speak.
Or I think it's Cornelis. Can he, Mr. Cornelis, can you please speak after Tsepo?
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you
Okay, no
very much.
problem. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues, and thanks for your very elaborate and very informative, even enthusiastic presentation. Just a quick question. You know, you're having perhaps another bracket of people like myself who after their architectural training would have practiced and would have been able to engage in multiple projects and in various capacities. But if I may just make a simple case in my situation, I then moved into a government department for the last 10 or so years. I've been engaged in overseeing very large social infrastructure projects over essentially drafting policy and overseeing designs across all stages, making decisions, ensuring that buildings are the entire building value chain is done, designs are done according to regulation, all the way to municipal submission, and even through to what we sometimes don't even do, which is close out. Many people don't even get to that point most of the time. That's what I find in the public sector. So that experience, would it count for anything if one were to go back? And of course, I am very painfully having to recognize that, oops, my experience in terms of me actually doing the work is actually way beyond the 5 years that has been cited. May I just be advised if maybe there's any chance of success in this regard? Thanks.
Can I take the question? Tsepo, can you hear me?
Yes, Mandy. I
Yes,
can hear you.
the colleagues will also add. There is someone who asked a similar question on the chat. You find that people like yourself get limited to what they can present on the portfolio of evidence because of the role they play if they work for government or municipality. But since you have a prior experience when you work for the private sector, I advised on the chat that the SACAP is open to a request for exemption if you've got projects that are older than 5 years, where you can apply for the projects that are older than 5 years to be considered in order to present a portfolio of evidence that meets all the 10 competencies, whilst you also elaborate on your motivation that this is the role that you now play. Because in the role that you now play, you'll find that in a portfolio of evidence, it's more of a project management role, which become insufficient to meet all the 10 competencies. So we suggest that in your case, you write and motivate to SECAP that you may be considered that when you submit your portfolio, some of the projects may be older than 5 years. That would be my advice, Mr. Pastu. I don't know if the colleagues have a different advice. Thank you.
I concur with you. I see Ms. Teresa van der Venter's hand is up. Maybe she has a different take on it because she's covered this matter extensively in her presentation.
Sorry, that was sorry, that was the accident. No, it wasn't up. I'm sorry, I was just busy there for a moment. I'm sorry, I missed the question completely.
No, it's no problem. I think Councillor Mandisa has answered that question excellently, and hopefully it gives guidance to SEPO as to the way forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor, can I just amplify?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so please take note of what Councillor Mandisa is saying. So what then matters here is your motivation. The policy stipulates that it's recent 5 years. However, we take exception on certain cases. It's also case by case. The reason why I'm putting this a bit of emphasis is we don't want people to say, no. Councillor Mandisa said we can submit 10 years back and whatever. No. It's on case by case, and your motivation will be drilled. Your motivation that you are going to say and what we are doing right now, it will be drilled. It's not an easy or an easy pass through. No, it's gonna be drilled. It's gonna be vetted the same way. They vet the what do you call the portfolio. So only on special cases, I want to put the word special. That's when we can take those exceptions. Thank you.
Sorry, I actually do remember the question. Sorry, you just caught me off guard for a moment. What I would add to the answer of that was that maybe one of your projects could be an example of what you do in your work at the moment. You talk about how many experience, and it's good to be able to see in the end, maybe put that as a project. I don't know, my colleagues can confirm or not, but I would say, so for example, I know one of my projects was actually the whole fact that I have submitted and correlated with HOA over 10 years. And I've had a massive influence on that HOA. I've done over 350 houses just in that HOA. And I took that as a full project and I elaborated on my competencies in that. So I don't know if my colleagues agree, but I think that is maybe a possibility to add that as a project within all the projects.
Councillor Mandisa, can you comment on this one before we proceed?
Yes, no, totally agree, because the role that SEPO plays now covers part of 4.2, stage 5 and stage 6, which covers some of the competencies. So as Therese rightly says, that he can, if his exemption request is granted, submit projects that are older than 5 years, as you rightly say, that case by case, and then in the current role, still submit maybe one, two, or three projects that he's currently working on, as we are aware that he can only cover stage, say, 4.2 to 6, but elaborate on the key competencies that he can get out of his current role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mandisa, for this clarification, because we need this clarification so that we try to limit unnecessary application and to and for people who, for example, there was a question on the chat that said that I have got projects that I did for my university as a student and whatever. No, your 2 years and or 3 years as a candidate is not included in RPL. Your academic project, they are not part of this RPL. RPL only begins when you are a professional in any category. As a professional, that's when RPO starts. Whether you work as an apprentice, whether you did your MTRs 2 years or 3 years, depends with the category you are, or your university project or your school project, those projects are excluded. They are not included in the RPL. It's only when you were a professional. Thank you very much, all my councillors. Let me go back to Manuku. Can you please coordinate who is next?
Up next, we've got Cornelis, and then we will have Nzuzo and Samketi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are doing well. I just got a quick question. What can we do if the municipality refused to approve our plans for double stories while we did the application for the special consent?
Okay, thank you very much. I will take that one happily. You have got a special consent certificate with you?
No, not yet. We've got the application.
No. So yes, the municipality have got the right to, you are not yet approved. So the municipality, they 100% right to refuse you on that. But if you had that certificate, what I was going to say further was, please send me the name of the municipality. We will then from the office communicate with them and ask them to process your application based with a special consent. But in your case, you don't have the special consent. Yes, they are 100% right to disallow that because you are not yet allowed or given license to draw on those building topologies that you want to draw. Thank you.
Yes,
I hope
yeah,
I-
that's understandable. But that we've been for many years we've been done double stories, and now suddenly we have to do the application for that. And so the municipality, I understand that they can regard the application, but how long does the special consent take if to get processed?
So here's the process. What we are doing right now, as long as we have got 10 applications, we will then process you. The police says 90 days, but since November up to now, to date, we are processing them within 2 months or less, as long. Right now, the last one that we had, Councillor Mandisa will correct me. It was last week, but one, if I'm not mistaken, the last week of February or the first week of March, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere there. So the process is now improved because we are doing the application. The challenge was on the applications, but they were coming through emails. They were coming hard ones, hard copy. Then they were missing along the way. But right now, go to the online process, apply. Once we get your application, yes, we stipulate 90 days, but I assure you, we are not taking 90 days. Within 60 days, those applications will be processed.
Okay, no, thank you very much. That was all the questions I had.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I might jump in on that one. I guess it is part of the Cape Town thing of the single and the double stories.
I know it wasn't for Cape Town, it is in Nelstroom.
Because I know SACAP recently sent out a notice about that. It came in now recently. I know we had an application about it as well. And if I'm correct, I speak under correction. Please go and check it. But SACAP recently sent out a notice that it was understood incorrectly and that it's not about single or double stories, but that it's about simple buildings. So just go and check recent SACAP communications that they sent out in regards to this specific thing, because I know it was a big thing in Cape Town for a while now, and we had a lot of applications because of that.
Yes, now I'll just go and double check that as well. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Thanks.
We've got Nzuzo. You may speak, sir.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Nzuzo from Durban. I am a senior architectural technologist for the last 14 years. My question is, I've got just a couple of questions. I am preparing to submit for the RPL to upgrade. I initially did the pre-approval or pre-application, I think in 2022, when this opened, and I had some colleagues who had also done the same ahead of me. I think none of them actually made it to upgrade. So it made me hold back, and I attended quite a lot of these workshops, and as a result, I hardly missed any of them, just in preparation. But I'm seeing a dilemma that I'm falling into now. One, is that obviously my project time frames are now falling outside of my initial application, because I'd obviously seen that I tried to get some feedback as to what was the problems that people were experiencing, or what was the shortfall, which I think today, I think it was probably the best presentation. I'm walking out of this full of information, and I know exactly what to do. So you guys have done an outstanding job on that. But I'm just in this situation now where my projects have now fallen outside of the 5-year cycle. And then the second part is that what also delayed me was that I had only 3 of the 5 projects as completed, meaning built. One of the challenges that I faced was that projects get stopped by the construction mafia, and they will be left and get abandoned just like that. So I've got about 5 buildings around the province that have the similar fate, whereby even I've got a very complex building that I have not applied because of it was not completed. And then one of the buildings, which I think would have shown one of the competencies, which is an urban design project, that it was actually not built by eThekwini municipality, but it was one of the projects that I felt that it had strong urban design concepts and the whole execution of it, but except that it never went to construction. So then the question that I have on top of that is that with the 5 projects that I had already submitted initially, with 2 that were never completed, so I don't know what my fate will be on that. But now that we've got this idea of work, with the position that I am now is that I've had to bring in a mentor. Like almost we meet on a weekly basis to just work together and review projects, because I have received some complex projects. One of the projects that I'm really excited about is actually still just in the design phase, but I would strongly feel that if I were to present this, because we're actually gunning for one of the awards, it could be a core brick or whichever that we can gun for. But our design approach to it, it's quite very exciting. Now I don't know whether I would be allowed to actually throw in perhaps something that just saying these are the 5 that I've submitted, but can you have a look at where I am now in terms of our design approach and all that? If that would be allowed, to throw in maybe an extra project like what we're currently busy with now, but it shows more of our approach and how advanced we've become since we working with other architects, which we never had the privilege before. Thank you.
Mandisa, do you want to take a go at this one?
All right, I'll take a go, Mr. Pastu. And you know, when we do when we do the part our assessments, we always declare conflict. If it was a panel, I would declare conflict with Nzuzo because I know him. I wouldn't sit in his assessment. So that's the conflict, Mr. Pastu. But because this is a public platform, I'll give some answers, and then my colleagues will also give an answer. So. And Nzuzo, it's also good to see that you're in attendance. So in terms of non-completed projects, we have had cases where applicants would submit non-completed projects, but as the template, application template will stipulate, you will stipulate whether you've done all the stages, stage 1 to 6. If stage 5 and 6 are not yet done, but you find that it's a strong project that has gone on design development, local submission got approved, and it has been approved for construction. It has gone through stage 4.2. and it may put you in a good position in terms of the portfolio of evidence. We always, we don't have a problem as a panel. We do look at such projects. And in terms of the projects that are beyond 5 years, we've answered that to say that it will be at the discretion of SACAP if your motivation is strong enough to say why they sit outside the 5 years. And in terms of the time period between your first online self-assessment of 2022 up to now, 2025, Munetsi will have to assist us on that because that is administrative. And the current exciting project that you are working on, I think it will still be early stages, and it may do disservice instead of putting you at an advantage since it's still at early stages. I will leave it at that, Mr. Pastu, but you'll note that if Nzuzo's application comes through, I'll not sit on that assessment. Thank you, Mr. Pastu.
Thank you, Councillor Perpetua. I think, as you can see, SACAP works in a very transparent manner. We declare our conflicts of interest all the time. And I think Mandisa also spoke about objectivity and subjectivity as well. So thank you, Councillor Mandisa. I think you've answered that question excellently. And I hope Nzuzo feels comfort with the explanation given to him. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am answered. Yeah, I'm covered. Thank you.
Up next we've got MJ, then Arjun, and then Ambani. In that order.
I see Teresa, hands up. I think she wanted to add something on Nzunza.
You've got me so confused with this hands up and hands down thing. I think I pressed it now, it's still up.
Okay.
I would just say, so from my side, remember you have 5 minutes per project. So in the end, if you give us something that's not complete, it is a choice that you make to show us a design in your 5 minutes. So if you feel it's worth it, put it in, but it has to have very, very strong curriculum points to actually, I think, be worth it to add it. But I would also not keep on extending. I don't think it's a problem if it's like 6 or 7 years. I don't think it's so massive. Yes, the program says 5 years, so try and keep in it. But I mean, get it done. That's my best resolution. If you don't start, you're not going to know what you need. So yeah, that's my 5 cents.
Thank you very much. Manu, we can continue.
We have MJ, and then Arjun, and then Ambani. MJ. MJ, are you with us? Okay, we can. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Unmuted.
You may continue, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I've been in this business of architecture for only the last 53 years. Now, through that period of time, I've done many projects with various aspects that addresses a lot of these points that we have to go through. But in the later years, as you can see, I'm now about 73. I focused on expert witnessing, although I have done projects in that time period. And I've actually compiled a website for expert witnesses because that is something that was required of me from various lawyers. Now, I don't see anywhere where the functioning of an architect as an expert witness addresses any of these points. Does that have any value in the assessment? If I wish to upgrade from a senior technologist to architect?
Let me just ask a question, Mr. MJ. You said you are 70 years. Are you still practicing?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm doing it correctly.
Oh, okay. So probably you are under our retired expert.
I'm not retired.
Or you are not you are not retired.
I
Okay.
still enjoy working.
Okay, so yes, the answer is straight. Yes, you can go through the RPO process and upgrade. Just to let you know, we do have got another category which we call retired expert, which normally for those people who are not 100% practicing, but they are there for specialization services like what you are saying is witness and so forth and so forth. We have got such a category. But from what you are saying, you are practicing. Yes, definitely you can apply for RPO to go to a higher category. Thank you.
Yeah, my question I think was partially answered earlier. In that a lot of the projects that I did, some of it from conception right through to construction, where I actually did the construction. So I've covered the whole scope of activities in the profession and also in the building industry and costing, etc. I've developed a fair wide amount of skills over the years. So unfortunately, they don't all fall in the last 5 years. And I think that question has been answered. And then the other issue is that during the last year, I was supposed to re-register or upgrade my registration for the next 5 years. But I got some medical issues and I was in hospital for quite a number of months, which made my registration actually expire because I didn't have enough CPD points. I'm trying to catch up. Must I first finish catching up before I can apply?
No. What you do is please send your email to Nuran. Explain that. What you just need to do there, you need to contact our CPD department, the name Bezel. He will then send you a form and do what is called extension. You can apply for an extension so that they can quickly reactivate your profile and give you a period of time for you to do your catch-up. But once you complete that extension form, they quickly address your registration so that you can work where least you are doing the catch-up. So there's a process called CPD extension that you need to apply for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Up next, we've got Ambani and then Arjun. Ambani? Ambani, can you hear us? I see he's muting and unmuting. Maybe we can give Arjun a chance.
Hi, Arjun van Onsen here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, quick question. So I'm currently registered as a professional senior technologist, as well as a professional urban designer. As part of my urban design degree, I completed a thesis, and obviously with that, there's a lot of theoretical work component to that, as well as design. Would I be able to submit urban projects or the thesis as part of a project, or how would that be approached? Because obviously you have consultants that you work there. That's also part of the whole built environment. So my question is more in line with, urban design degree, which has design elements, a significant theoretical component. Could I submit that as one of my projects, or would it just be building based?
So to answer your question, I think Munetsi has answered that before, a similar type of a question. I think whilst in study, you won't be able to submit any of those projects that you have done as your thesis, but work that you have done after that, you can submit as evidence and to be used for your RPL process. So my take is that whilst studying, you may not be able to submit your thesis work. I'm not sure what the other committee members feel about this, but I think that the approach is uniform in that you only submit work after you have been granted professional status in whichever category you have been registered. Thank you.
Can I come in, Mr. Bastu? Maybe Arjun, you can indulge us that in the urban design projects, are you currently involved in some of those urban design projects outside
Correct.
your qualification?
Yes, so obviously I've qualified as an urban design project. So in that aspect, there's design that's done, there's consultation with other professionals, somewhat of client interface meetings as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so my answer to that would be in the combination of your projects. You can include some of the urban design projects because they have strong competencies. Just want to look at my competency matrix. They've got a strong element of environmental relationships, contextual urban relationships, architectural history, theory and precedents, part of architectural design. So you find that those can be some of your strong projects. We've had some applicants who've got unconventional projects who submit as their evidence of, because architecture is not only drawings. There are some that do a lot of structural reporting or analysis, and you'll find in their oral presentation, we'll say, but it's not in your evidence because architecture is not just only design. It can be technology, can be analysis. So it depends how you structure your presentation to show those strong competencies. So it's important to look at the guidelines and put your portfolio in line with those competencies. So
because there's report writing and that stuff included and close out reports. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Ambani. Ambani, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but I cannot unmute myself.
Oh, okay. We can hear you now.
Can speak. Yeah. Okay. I needed to know on the part of the contracts of the contractors, because they say they need JBCC documents, where the client is the builder himself, and where the client has said he will deal with the builder himself. What must we submit?
All right, if I may come in on that, it's not all projects that clients are builders. We made an example that if in the competency of contract documentation and administration, if you've got access to those JBCC contracts, it acts as an advantage to your portfolio of evidence. But if, for instance, a client holds copies of those contracts, in your oral presentation, you are able to display that you are familiar and this was your involvement. in writing, not necessarily submitting copies per se. So that is what we meant, that you must show knowledge either by evidence, if not evidence, some come with oral evidence in that aspect, but I'm sure that not all your projects, the client hold that particular stage.
Most of my projects are residential projects in townships where most of the guys they choose, they come with their own builders. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, we've had instances where some of the applicants get limited up to stage 4.1. It is at the disadvantage of the registered professionals. My panel members also can maybe give you advice, but we normally struggle at times with such applications because you find that a registered professional only goes up to stage 4.1. But I know that there are some upgrades that we have done in particular categories, say a draftsperson moving to technologist, where they've gone to up to 4.1, because it shows that they have submitted a strong design development. It shows that they have given us enough evidence for contextual and sustainability element. The only part where they did not have evidence was in the contract documentation and administration and so on. So it's worth submitting an application, but make sure that your other competencies where you have access, they are quite strong as well.
Okay.
The colleagues in the panelists can also give advice if ever. Thank you.
I think Councillor Mandisa, you have covered the issues comprehensively, and thank you for that.
Up next, we've got Giovanni Dolph.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. I've been for the past 5 years, let's not say 5 years, but if I count back to 5 years, I've had one project which was quite a prestigious project, and in that it was it spanned over almost 4 years from inception to completion. I suppose submitting that project could be subdivided into smaller projects. Like I could submit the basement separately. I could submit the fuel station portion separately, and I could submit the office tower on top separately. But that would only give me, and then I've completed one other project after that, which would only give me 4 projects over a 5-year period. I've done, of course, multiple other projects because I've been practicing for in excess of close to 30 years. But if I were to submit projects within the 5-year period, I would only have 4 projects completed. There are other projects that I'm done, which is due to start on site, but yeah, it wouldn't serve me well if they're not completed. So how do I go about choosing a 5th project?
I think Mrs. Teresa van der Venter, do you want to give it a shot?
Not a problem. I have to leave also, but what I want to say is, remember, one project isn't going to make or break it. One project, we're going to quickly see through your process that whether you are online or on queue or not, one project isn't going to make or break it. And if one project is out of the 5 years, it's also not going to make a difference.
Okay.
So in all honesty, do your best, but if one project isn't the strongest, you won't have necessarily 5 strong projects. We are able to see what your capabilities are through what you present to us.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got Mr. Ramlal.
Thank you very much. I didn't really have a question, but I want to compliment the councillors, officials, and SECAP for hosting this RPL because, yes, I have a lot of members in our voluntary association that have been querying on this, and I've been listening from start to finish. Didn't want to disturb the excellent presentation you guys are doing. Keep it up, and I'm excited that this is being acknowledged by a lot of professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramlal. Up next, we've got Venathan. I hope I'm saying that right.
That's correct. I hope you guys can hear me. Just a quick one with IDOW. I'm a draftsman currently with 35 years experience. I'm applying for IDOW and I'm also going to be applying for to write my PPE in May. Just want to check with extensions to double-story buildings. Are we allowed to do that or is it a no-go zone? Thank you.
So Viswanathan, you're saying you have 35 years of experience, so I'm assuming that you did not take the LSD you did not apply for the LSD process that was afforded to the draftsperson and all other RPs a year or two ago.
That's correct. I was actually down with cancer during the period and I missed my opportunity.
Oh, sorry to hear about that. So I think that may have placed you in some kind of a disadvantage. So I think currently you will be restricted in terms of the IDOW, the enforcement of the IDOW by the municipality. However, the doors of opportunity have not been closed. You can actually use the RPL mechanism, or you can fast track that by actually doing a special consent application, and then you'll continue doing that kind of work. So, we're sorry to hear about your, the cancer that actually disadvantaged you from uptaking that process. But please don't give up. Use the RPL mechanism and the special consent process. See which one best suits your need, and then use that mechanism to try and continue the work that you was always doing. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. Now, I have been chatting to Nuran over the past few weeks. I am preparing for the PPE, so I'm cured of cancer. I mean, it's one would say I'm still in remission, but I know I've beat this little monster. But yeah, now I'm chugging along. So yeah, thanks. We'll obviously just concentrate on projects within our scope at the moment. But for the RPL assessment, do we submit work that's beyond our scope? How would you guys vet our projects?
So basically, you're going to submit work above your category of registration, and then the panelists will then assess it, and then they will do the determination on your behalf.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, guys. And fantastic presentation. Teresa, you couldn't have explained it any more simpler. It's really big help. Thanks to your team.
Thank you, Viswanathan. We wish you well, and we encourage you to use the mechanisms SACAP has provided.
Sure. No, absolutely. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. We're looking forward to see you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We've got Clinton next. Clinton?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Hi.
sir.
Yeah, thank you to SACAP and the council for the opportunity. I'd just like to ask a question which I might have missed the answer to previously, but do you have to show your 10 competencies in all 5 projects, or can it be spread over the 5 projects?
I can maybe answer.
Okay, you can come in, Therese.
Oh, you can go first, Marisa.
All right, Clinton, thanks for your question. You don't have to show all 10 competencies on all the projects. If possible, yes. But if not, some projects have stronger competencies on different aspects. So that's the answer that we can give you.
Thank you.
Yes.
We've got Puso. Puso Kevin.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. My question is there a cutoff date within which the RPL application would have to be made? This may have been covered, earlier on in the presentation. Well, similarly to how PPEs are written, is there a cutoff date within the application would have to be made within which the portfolio would have to be submitted and that?
I think we can get Mr. Munetsi to answer that, but I do know that there is a cutoff date. If you fail to submit all of your information timeously, your application might be excluded. So just, Mr. Munetsi, can you just provide further clarity on that in terms of the cutoff date for applications, or especially incomplete applications that you'll receive?
Yeah, so we don't have what a cutoff date, and we don't have what time to apply. You apply year round. However, in order for us as administration to include your portfolio, your application for assessment, it is only when, and I want to repeat and emphasize, it is only when all the documentation, your CV, there is 5 projects, there is a table of content on every project is included, there is a proof of payment is included, all the documentations, they should be included. And you have also answered the self-assessment on online. So once all the applications are complete and they are completed, we can then list them. You will then see Nuran. What Nuran does, she then time and again she scan the system and download all the applicants and send them email, say that we have noticed that you have applied, please complete. These are the documents that are still lacking, please submit. Only those who have complete documentation are the ones that are listed on the next review. And the reviews now we are doing them as they come in, so that we accommodate as many people as possible without delaying them. So when you apply, make sure all your documents are there. And if you are not sure, give us a call. We can assist you with checking whether that all your documentation are correct. But like what we have said, especially if you are listening, check on the policy. It does give you all the documentation. When you click apply, there's a documentation that comes up there. It's list everything that is required. Once you have got all those, you be assured that your application will go through to the next round of assessment.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All noted.
Okay.
Mr. Munetsi, I think there's no more hands. I'm not sure if Giovanni would like to speak again. Oh, okay. I see there's another one.
Okay. Yeah. Since we still have got 20 minutes according to our agenda, then let's give them. This is scheduled to finish at 2. But if no questions, we can stop. But now I see there are a few hands. Let me allow them because we are still within that time frame. Farai, I see Farai is coming back, whether is it a second hand or what. Okay, right. You can ask Pilar and Joker to come through.
Hi everyone. My question is, I just wrote PPE last year, I think May. So I was registered as a candidate, and now I wrote my PPE last year. So I recently upgraded, but I've done my BTEC. So when I was upgrading on the system, I put both the qualifications, but still my qualification didn't it didn't come as a senior architectural professional. It came back as a professional architectural technologist. How do I go about, or do I still need to upgrade again and upload my BTEC? If you can clarify that for me.
I didn't get that one correct. You said you were a candidate last year.
I was a candidate, and then I
Yes.
wrote my PPE last year in May, and then now
Yes.
I upgraded, but I put both my qualification, which was BTEC, because I registered when I was done a diploma. So and
Yes.
then I done my BTEC in 2021. So when I was upgrading now, I upgraded to be a senior architectural part. It came back as still as professional architectural technologist.
Oh, okay. So it might be something with the process with the application system there. Again, there is an email there that we put on the chat to Nuran. Please write that to Nuran. Put that explanation. There is a Bongile. Okay, he just left. There's Mr. Sandile Boy here, who then go and review your application as per what you are saying. So just send that narrative that you just highlighted, write it in the email, send it to Nuran. Once we receive it from Nuran, we will then contact you and try to rectify if it needs to be rectified and see what was the problem there.
Okay, can I still have the email? I don't see it on the chat.
You don't see it on the chat. Okay, I will re-put it, send it again. It's there,
Okay.
Nuran. Yes, Nuran. Okay, let me just remove this. Okay. Are you able to see it now?
No, not yet.
It's there on the chat. But what I will do is I will send it to you privately as well, so that you
Okay.
can actually get it here.
I'll appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medzi. We have Tumanga, and then after that we've got Ndumiso.
Hi there. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you. My question just is in twos. I think there's a gentleman who came through, and I don't know who. I didn't get his name. He's one of my ex colleague who said he's working for IDAS. I used to work for IDAS some time back, and currently now back in South Africa. And during the time when I worked for IDAS, I did my part 3. I did almost everything that just been said here. The only thing that maybe will have been different would be the regulations here and there, but they seem to apply equally. My question is, if someone has gone that far with 26 years of experience, how does that get handled by SACP? And also, just on top of that, I recently have registered, of course, with SACP just so that I'm able to do some work. But what has not happened is things coming through in the sense of doing the PPE. And then I've been asking a lot of questions and with no response. I even sent and copied Mr. Munetsi on these emails, but nothing seems to be coming through. So how do we handle all these things, and what are the other measures? Because I think my case is a bit peculiar in how it's set up. Will there be someone who can simply sit down and we go through what I should and should not do, especially with the type of projects that I've worked on, because they are very, very complex and there's a lot of them and different. South Africa, yes, I've done some work, but I'm not confident that they actually portray my experience in the field. So I just need to understand, is there someone, before I can even do all the portfolio and compile and put together, which is something that I've already done before, like I mentioned, is there someone that I can sit with and then we go through this 30 minutes, it won't take long, and then they can tell me if I'm in the right direction or not. Is that possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before my councillors come through, let me understand very well. I did not hear well about when you talk about PPE. Can you just recap that one on PPE exam?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and I haven't yet said the PPE. I was to have done it last year, but I didn't, but I moved it to this year, and I'm actually about to pay for the exam fee, but I thought before I do that, there's a few things that I need clarification on first. So but the PPE is for this coming May.
Okay, thank you very much. What you can do, you can contact us, office here, organize, ask for Mr. Sandile there, Mr. Boy. We can then have a chat with you. If you said you want 30 minutes, we can afford to that time. If you can want to come through, you can come through. But call us or send Nuran email requesting that you want to be assisted. Then we can take it from there. We can either arrange a Zoom meeting, or if you want to come and have coffee with us, you can come through. Then we can assist you and give you some explanation that you require. Thank you.
There are a few questions that I've asked. I think I've put on 3, or maybe let me just say it's fine. Let's not answer those questions now. I'll send an email and then we can take it from there.
No, my councillors, we are going to answer you. I just answered my part, but we have got a panel here who can answer you on those questions. I only answered the one that I kind of understand and have competence to answer to.
All right, thank you, Munetsi. I understand that the attendee spoke to emails and history of his inquiry. So I'll suggest that Tumanga, you put if you can just post your email address so that we can follow up. One thing I wanted to find out, what is your registration category at the moment?
Well, I've been put down as, I think it's a candidate.
Okay,
Because,
you're a candidate kindly.
Yeah, there are a few things that it was, I think I was given that purely just so that I could be on the system and then the process can start. That's what I was told, because they wanted to look at certain things at a time. So
all right.
I think I was just given that as a placeholder.
All right, please just post your email address and then we will follow it up, as Monet had said, but just also post your email address as well. Thank you.
I can see my chat is disabled, so I don't know where to post it. But I've copied him in the email. Maybe I'll follow up after this meeting whether he has received my email or not.
All right, thank you, Tumanga. Thank you. Back to you, Munetsi Manoko.
Yeah, Manuku,
yes,
and all the attendees, we only have got 9 minutes left. So Manuku, you can ask our attendees just to be brief, and because at 2 o'clock we need to end the webinar. So probably you can select those ones who did not ask any questions. If time allows, we can then go to people like Farai. I can see him, he's coming back and so forth, but we will only give time slots to those who did not speak. Yeah.
Okay, sir. We have Ndumiso, Karabo, and Francois.
All right. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear it, sir.
Yes, all right. Thank you so much for a very productive webinar. I will just get straight to the point. What I would like to ask is that I'm currently working in an engineering company, and I do work in the building services side in electrical. So I do dabble within some type of going to site and doing some buildings and so forth in the office. But then I'm currently registered as a candidate architectural senior technologist. And then I wanted to ask that there was another webinar that was conducted, I think last year or sometime earlier this year, whereby we were told that if any of the candidates feel like they don't have enough capacity of architectural work that can fulfill all the categories within the SACAB candidacy registration criterias, we can talk to you guys, that you guys could source out work for us. I don't know whether you'd go to certain architectural firms or anyone who's offering like extra work. But then I know those dynamics usually work between the candidate and that architecture firm. And because since we all know that the time any person will spend on that firm or whatever work they would be asked would be compensated. But the point isn't about the compensation, it's more about how do you guys plan on conducting that? Because the person was told to ask was Ricky Moodley. And I have been trying to call SciCap for a while and always trying to get hold of Ricky, but every time I call, he's not available. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna just try and see if I can ask this question within this platform. That's my biggest major question about this. Yeah, thanks.
So, Mr. Monerzi, I think you may be in a position to answer this because it might fall outside our scope in terms of providing server work opportunities for this gentleman.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a time, is it last year or last year but one? Yes, we indeed call for people who wanted to get mentors and to mentor and mentorship. That was on the project that we are currently running right now, which is a mentorship program, whereby we do have what like there were 30 candidates, and now we have got 7. I mean 27, 3 dropped out. So I am not sure how it will work for you, because from your narrative, you are saying you are currently working, and we then have to assign you a mentor whereby you can be working under that mentor. The best thing that I can that I can do here is we do have got a list of mentors. And what you have said, you do not want remuneration, because that project that you are talking about was for those who are not even working. So we place them under mentorship, and they get stipends from SITA, and we are just supervising. So from you just want somewhere where you can get experience. We have got a list of people who volunteers to do mentorship or so. We'll check and find out if we can place you them. But however, the challenge that I'm not quite how you gonna juggle it. It's you are working, and then yes, you are working in a different field so that you can put food on the table, but I don't know the arrangement. They probably, Councillor Mandisa might assist me there, but just send Nuran an email, say that I want a mentorship and I'm working, but I need someone. Probably we can then find where you can do your mentorship so that you'll be able to submit your monthly training records and which will enables you to migrate from a candidate to a professional. But let me leave it to Councillor Mandisa there if she does have got anything to add on that. But for me, I just want your information, then we can contact and find other professionals who are willing to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Manetsi. No, you have covered me because this is a case for Ndumiso. He can just share his email address and it can be followed up because, as he said, he's working for engineers, but he would love to have architectural experience as well. And we can only do that by following up on the case specifics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to indulge and ask permission from my councillors there. If you can allow me to take 2 questions, then we close. If you are happy with that.
You may proceed, Mr. Monetsi, but I think before you do so, there's lots of questions on the chat group regarding LSD. Maybe we just encourage all of those who have not received replies, or I'm still baffled as to why there was no communication sent to all of the LSD applications. So we just sending out a request to all of those LSD applicants who have not received any communication from SACAP to please contact the office, because as the committee, we have definitely responded to each and every applicant that was placed before us. And if you are saying that you have not received any communication from SACAP, then that is a concern. Please contact the SACAP office and just see what's going on. Follow up with your application and just see what went wrong and why you have not received any communication from SACAP. To you, Monetsi.
Okay, thank you very much. Here I see there are 2 hands that I knew. Talu, Mudzimu, and Karabo. I think you can come through, then we will then close. I'm sure most of them, they did speak, if I'm not mistaken there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Live and direct.
Okay, just a quick question on my part. I just wanted to understand, are we allowed to probably to take the process, meaning vice versa, meaning start with the exams and then submit the monthly training reports afterwards? Can we perhaps consider that? Are we allowed to do it? Is it on the table or not?
No, it's not on the table, my brother. It's not. The process is you do your MTR. After that, you write your exam. That one, it's a no.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay. Then Mudzimu Talu.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Live and direct.
Thank you so much. Well, I think my question has been answered because I was listening with the speaker, so I was doing something else. So I was just shocked when you called up my name. So I think I should have lowered down my hand. But either way, since you have given me a platform to say my question, and then I will just put it on the table. As a new, is there someone speaking?
No, you can speak. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I was like, just to thank you all for the wonderful presentation that you just did. Honestly, it was just a handful presentation, and it just gave me broader knowledge on how many powerhouses we have in this platform, in this council, and it just makes some of us intimidated because as a new architecture who wants to be part of the architectural field, you become a little bit reserved because of the powerhouses and the questions that were asked. But either way, I'm just grateful to be part of the panel. I'm grateful for you guys for giving me the chance. So I'll just shoot straight. I've registered with SACAP, and as I've registered, I have a qualification which is an NQ5. I think it's a candidate in professional architectural drafting. So I've sent my application, but then I was not able to complete my application because I was told that I have to get a mentor. But then as a new candidate, I don't know anyone of a mentor who's under SACAP. So I just wanted to ask for your assistance or for your help, so that if maybe you guys can help me with a mentorship program, or someone who can mentor me into this field, and maybe at least complete my application and get in this marvelous field of architectural drafting.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Talu. So what we have been doing is we have been calling out for all professionals who want to mentor people. I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sandile will correct me. We do have got a list of people who raise their hands for mentor that we can try to link you with, and yeah, because that one it's a different program. You just yourself and the mentor. There's no stipends, there's no whatever. Then if we can find one who is able to do that, we will link you. So what we need to do is write again to Nuran, said, okay, I'm seeking, I don't have what a mentor, and I seek to find, I seek your assistance. Then we can try to find if we have got anyone available. We'll then link you to that. Okay.
Oh, okay, no problem. Can I just get the email?
Thank you.
Yeah, the email is on the chat.
Oh, it's on the chat.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. I will now take probably the last two or last three. Is it Sereme, Owen, and Risk? Yeah, then we end up like that.
Who is next?
Yes, Owen, you can shoot.
Sireme, please go ahead.
Okay, Owen, you can try.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I left it specifically to last because this relates to your special dispensation that you allowed in the year 2022. My question was the fact that in March 2022, I applied for special dispensation in 2 building classes, double-story and factories. I not only completed the applications and sent online to SACAP, I also physically took the documents by hand to your offices in Vessel Road, Rivonia. After 2 years, I had heard nothing about my application. When I applied, they told me that I was approved for double story, but not for the factories. And I said, why? They said, because your plans were not stamped by the council. So I said, Kimberly Rowan said to me that if I don't have a stamped plan, I can actually photograph the plan and send the actual photograph in with the council stamped plan, which I did at great expense. I went to go find the plan. I submitted it. And I was then told that special dispensation had been closed. After all that time, this is what I got. So I was told to make a representation by email to Mr. Dingfo Malapani, which I did on the 25th of September in 2024. To date, I've had no reply from him. I've had no acknowledgement of email or nothing. I'm hanging in mid-air. Please help me.
Yes, I can rightfully take that one. Right. On the onset, if your plan is not approved, that's one. It's a well given, and you did right. I'm not sure when you send your plan after you've been advised by Miss Kimberly. Did you send through email? Because most of the people who are complaining that they did not receive, that's why we moved to online emails. They have got an issue of capacity of megabytes. So I know that most of the plans they do take a big chunk of the of email. They will not come through, and unfortunately, Miss Dimpo is left us. But what we'll do is Nuran is going to check again on your email, on her email, and see your emails and give you a response. That is if we have received that. But a special dispensation has been closed, and we advise people who want to have other building topologies approved to go through the special consent process, which kind of the same with LSD. So what we are going to do is again send Nuran your email, then we can take it to that. And please clearly explain that you submitted and one building topology was approved. However, I then queried for this one so that we know, because we will just, if you don't explain that, we will only see what we have been given, and they said, no, you have been given this application, this building topology. So what we require is for you to explain clearly that I did go through this and I was granted this building topology. However, there are one or two that I require, which were rejected because of 1, 2, 3. After that, I have done 1, 2, 3. Can you please look to that? Then we will
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but that email I sent to Dimfo Malapani was in detail. So everything that transpired is all on that email. If you don't have the email, I'll resend it to you.
Yes, like what I said, she left the organization, re-forward it to Nuran, then we can take it from there.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owen. I now want Serame, please come through, and I'm sure you'll be the last one. Rishi Nina, you can come through. Sereme? All right. So, colleagues, thank you very much for participating. I now want to give it to my council, to my panel members to just give their final remarks, and then Mr. Banashwa to then close the session. Thank you very much.
If I may come through on my side, it has been pleasure to be part of this panel. SACAP is accessible, and we encourage all those who have experience and would love to upgrade, that our industry does need your experience. And we know that if it's done properly, the public will be safe in your hands. And back to you, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandisa. Is Ms. Teresa Devente want to say a few words?
I think my words for final closure would just be, there is hope, especially to the last Mr. Talking, sorry, I forgot your name now. I've been through this process, and yes, I was in the same boat as you, and I went through the process, and we have made progress. SACAP is really shaping up and getting this thing to work. RPL does work. And my last thing would be that I forgot in my presentation,
remember to put the portfolio as one presentation for us. Use I Love PDF. It's the easiest thing ever. Bind it all together so that we can help and assist you the best that we can. And good luck to everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Teresa. Okay, I will just do the closing remarks here. Firstly, I want to thank all the participants who actually took the time off and you know, to contribute to this meaningful engagement. And I hope that the knowledge that SACAP had shared today was of great benefit to one and all. And we also take note of the compliments that were posted on the chat group for the manner in which the presentations were presented. That was enlightening and empowering. I think further to that, there were some concerns raised on this chat group, which we have taken note of. And I think the missing middle, guys, for those who don't know, I actually champion the missing middle, and we have not left you behind. And when you look at at national government, leave no one behind. Definitely, we have not left anyone behind. Those mechanisms, the mechanisms are still in place for you to take advantage of. So please do that. We have not left you behind. And it's unfortunate that when the LSD application process was open, many of us did not take up this opportunity. But we're saying going forward, we have the special consent mechanism in place. Please use that mechanism, and you'll find that you'll be of advantage, and your contribution to the mainstream economy is very important, and the upskilling of our professionals is equally important as well. And therefore, SACAP is taking the time off and actually trying to make sure that when you submit your application, you are successful the first time around. We don't find any joy in actually referring your application for more information and saying this is missing and that is missing. Therefore, we have the back office who make sure that you submitted all of the documentation that we require before we process and do an assessment. And therefore we've decided to put this program together to ensure that you understand the mechanisms and I think Mrs. van der Vente has actually put in place a great PowerPoint presentation that actually highlights how you comply with what you need to do, what you need to demonstrate to say you have aligned to those 10 competencies. So if you have taken note of that, I'm sure you would be quite successful. And then we heard one gentleman said he felt very intimidated. Guys, you don't have to be intimidated about any process here. We are all about enabling, empowering, and equipping you to become successful in the architectural society. So having said all of that, I want to thank each and every one of you for actually registering today, for participating in this process, and we hope to see your applications in the numbers. And if you have any challenges, SACAP is accessible. SACAP is willing to assist you. Please contact the office and ask for the assistance. And for those whose LSD applications have not been attended to, this was not the forum for that discussion, but we are encouraging you to contact the office of SACAP and follow up on as to why you have not received any replies or where the blockage is, and so that we can assist you in getting the answers that you felt you were let down in. And I think in closing, we want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank the panelists for their contribution, which was very, very insightful. I want to thank the SACAP back office, you know, for their hard work and input into actually putting this program together, and not forgetting the registered professionals who contributed today in the meaningful and robust discussions that took place. Thank you, everyone. And I now declare the meeting closed, or the webinar closed. Mr. Moletsi?
Thank you, Councillor Bastu. Monetsi, seems like his page is stuck. Can he hear us? I'm not sure.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, the councillors, and this meeting has been declared adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, colleagues. Bye.